Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Y'all are brewheads? Yeah, we brewheads. So pour a glass of craft beer, we can do this. Yeah.
What's good, y'all? This is C-Certified Brewhead, and welcome to episode 209 of Beer and Other Shit, the podcast Adjunct series. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening we are heading to Quebec to this might be the record, actually, for the newest brewery that has been on the pod. This is a 10-week-old brewery. Couldn't be fresher. Huge shouts to Mike Davis from Four Origins for the hookup with this gentleman this evening. I'm super excited. Mike couldn't stop raving about them, all the different styles of beers that they're doing. They're based about 30 minutes just outside of Montreal. So they're sort of pretty close to the Ontario border as well. So for the folks out that way, I know that's quite enticing for the Ontario heads. So I'm excited to hear about all the plans and to see what they got planned as well, but see how it's been, particularly as a brewery this new. So I'm amped. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get her going. So let's see if I can do this as smooth as humanly possible. Please welcome Scott from Loup-Garou in the building.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
happy to be here.
Love to see it. Appreciate it. Yeah, seriously, I really think it might be that I don't recall 10 weeks is crazy. That's awesome.
10 weeks of open, but many years of planning. So,
which is usually how it goes, of course.
Yeah.
There's the old permits dragging things along as usual, I imagine.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's crazy stuff. Well, look, dude, you provided a fantastic lineup of beers tonight, and I'm super amped for that one. And we're starting with some crispies right now. We've got a bit of a crispy train, which I'm very excited about. We're starting with, I believe it's the corn lager. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's kind of our pre-prohibition lager, I call it. It's not really Mexican lager in the site.
Okay.
Fermented with Czech Pils yeast.
Okay.
And then German hopped. Yeah. So I don't really know what the difference is between a Mexican and a pre-prohibition lager.
I would say, I reckon
it's drier. Some people say there's so I did a bunch of research, and I didn't want to call it a Mexican lager, and I also don't like when people call it that and go with the Mexican ideology and kind of the labeling and like all that. So I wanted to brew with some grits, and I want to call it True Grits because it's a great movie. So I figured, why not?
Hell yeah. The I actually would be curious of what the BJCP is saying about the difference, but to me, a pre-prohibition lager typically tastes like a craft American style lager, like a light lager, just like not a shit one. Yeah, that's what I would usually get, and I know exactly. As soon as you said that, I was like, oh, that makes complete sense. I feel like I don't see them very often, so whenever I try them, I feel like I've always really enjoy them and wonder why I don't see more of them.
Especially in Quebec, I find we never find them. One, because pre-prohibition doesn't really translate, and we didn't really have a prohibition in Quebec, so they don't even understand that.
Okay, it doesn't translate because of that cultural thing.
Well, we call it lager pre-prohibition, but there's in the history of Quebec there wasn't actually a prohibition like there was in the rest of North America. So kind of a. Not that anyone knows that they're drinking in our tap room, just kind of part of it.
Just no, totally. I remember during COVID, we were talking about this stuff a lot. And one of the things that came up was the laws that Quebec are basing all this stuff off was written in 1928, which is essentially during that prohibition time. So I always thought that Quebec had it because of those crazy restrictions, unless they were doing it in response to.
Yeah. So it wasn't as tight as the other places or as strict as the other places, but the one kind of thing is that those laws were kind of written in, Quebec's pretty Christian too. So they were written in those sides of it. It's like how we couldn't have growlers till 2015 or 2018. Yeah.
Growlers and cool ships. 2018, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
The scary growlers. Yeah. Now no one does growlers ever again, but back then that's all we wanted. So
right. And then they make it legal and no one cares.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's always the way. This is awesome, brother. Scotty, great to meet you, man.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for hanging out. Let's get in it. Cheers. The nose is great.
So yeah, it's brewed with about 35% corn.
Okay.
There's a bit of grits and some flaked.
When you say grits, what could you expand?
So southern grits or polenta.
Oh no, actual grits, like the food.
Yeah.
Oh no way. Okay.
They're brewed with corn grits, and then that was kind of a play on the name. So we don't have. I can't decoct on our system. I wanted to, but it was way too much money to start. Gotcha. So we did a small cereal mash on the side and incorporated in, but when I designed this recipe and when I used to brew it, I was doing a full decoction and a cereal mash with it all. I'm really happy with how the beer turned out. So not too sad about that. We'll evolve and get some decoction in the future. So yeah, 35% corn.
Yep.
And then a couple mixtures of some base Pilsner malts. There's some Czech malts and some German malts in there. Like Weirmann Barke, and our kind of what's becoming our house Czech base malt is the Raven Pils. So I really like that too. And like, honestly, I'm so happy with the color, and it's super clear on tap. It's amazing. So we have the Lucre taps at in the tower. We got the tower imported,
which is the 4 or 6.
So this one's a 2, but it's like got the Czech hop on it and stuff. It was like a stupid amount of money, but it was like a present to myself when we opened. Yeah, for sure. So I serve this on that as well, which creates like that cool, super like creamy head on it. Which I think is really cool. It adds to it too, and people kind of love the show of it. We have on the back of our bar, we have 10 taps, and on the front we have that Czech tap. So like the Czech tap is right in people's face at the bar, which I think is pretty cool too. So we get a lot of people curious on what's being served on that. So yeah, kind of all over the place. But yeah, so it's 35% corn, and then Spalter is the hops, which
Spalter.
Yeah, kind of a noble hop. And then friended with our Czech premium pills from Escarpment, which I've used in our Czech lager. The Czech lager we'll drink after this one it's the same yeast. Super dry, fermented up to like 1.8, 1.7, 1.8 Plato. Like 2% alcohol.
Yes, 4.2. So it's nice and light, but so much flavor.
Yeah, which like I'm super happy with it. I mean, this is like the one I'm reaching for right now at the bar, because I'm just like feel like a quick beer. Down one of these, it's not too hard. So
that's the one. Question: the first beer of the night for me, I always just got to get my palate adjusted. Now I'm getting a decent amount of bitterness. Yeah. Is that my palate just adjusting, or is that an intentional thing?
It's maybe a touch. So it could be the palate right now. I find it. I wouldn't change it, but I think the dryness adds to it.
Okay.
But I find it ups the drinkability too. There is a little bit of sulfur. There was a ton of sulfur at the start of lagering. I was like, holy shit, when am I gonna be able to serve this beer? And then it lagered for like 7 weeks, and then it just changed to like a beautiful fruitiness. So there is some in the background still, which I think is kind of pleasant. I do like a touch of sulfur in the back on these lagers. I think it adds to drinkability actually. So so that comes through a bit too, which might affect if you're more sensitive to sulfur too. I find sometimes that can kind of mess with your tongue a bit.
Okay, it's certainly coming down as I'm going. The first few sips, it was just because you're like, oh, is it meant to? I'm super aware of like first beer of the night, like how I'm going to respond to it, and usually it doesn't take too long, 3-4 sips, and you're in business. But because this is a more unique style that I don't have as often as I guess I would like to, I was just curious, if that is that, and that's interesting though that the sulfur contributes to that. So does sulfur in and of itself have bitterness, or does it amplify any existing bitterness?
It doesn't have bitterness necessarily, but yeah, it can amplify. But also, like if it's super fresh, it can have like harsh tones. I find in them. Like a lot of great German lagers have them in the background. Like Augustiner has some sulfur. Hofbrau is a bit too. But this was like, man, a weekend of lagering, it was like a fucking Matchbox. Like it was like, I was like, oh my God, I'm not gonna be able to serve this till end of, like I wanted it out for Canada Day.
Okay.
And I was like, there's no way.
No,
I was like, that's like 4 weeks away. This is not gonna clean up.
Okay.
And then we ended up kegging it like July 20th or something.
Here it says 9th of July, I believe.
Okay. So I canned it on the 9th, and then we kegged it like the week later.
Okay.
So it like I needed 1 more week, and it really changed. So I was super happy with it. And all of this is all naturally carbed. So no added carbonation to it. So this was spunning at like 4.5 and then finished down to 1.9. And I canned this beer at like 2.7. So it's like pretty spritzy, which I love for those lagers. Like it adds to drinkability.
Yep.
And then on tap too, like because they come from the Lucre tap being higher carb, it knocks it out. Just the nature of that, the Lucre tap. So I find that kind of adds to it too. So
when you say knock it out, it means it drops the carb, right?
Yeah. So like the Lucre tap has basically like a hole and a piston and the piston kind of knocks it out. That's also how you get some of the head. There's a screen as
Mm.
well, which helps to it too. But it's just naturally. So like all those Czech lagers, probably in the glass are lower than which adds to drinkability of Czech lagers too. They're lower carb than they would in the can.
Mm-hmm. Just they don't have any other way to. It's just you can't compare it, right?
Unless you're like a really good brewery and you're knocking down the carb for the can and upping the carb. Like you can do that if you have the time and the patience and all that. But yeah,
Right.
I just fly with it. So
Interesting.
but I tend to personally love CO2. Like I love my soda stream. I'm like, one of my buddies says like he wants his soda stream to taste like the fuzzy TV, like to be as much CO2 as you can have. So like I tend to carb my beers pretty high just because I find that pleasant for me.
So I'm with it, bro. I love it, particularly lagers. There's nothing worse than the lager that's undercarbed. I'd rather be burping a bit more than and I also like soda stream. I never thought the fuzzy TV, that's amazing. Like 3 to 5 hits on that bad boy.
Yeah, when the thing's like shaking, you're scared it's gonna explode. That's good. Yeah.
Then you're like, nah, we've landed it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I like that's a great analogy. Okay, this is fantastic, man. Now, is this I know I'm probably gonna unintentionally ask questions that would be for a brewery that's been around longer than 10 weeks. So is this intended to be a bit of a year-rounder, or are you kind of feeling all of that out right now?
Feeling it out, but I don't think this would be.
Okay, it's like feels like a summer banger type.
Yeah, so like I think we'll see. Like we still have some cases left, and we have a keg and a half about left. So like the beer will be done by this weekend.
Damn.
Probably not in it'll be in cans available, but on tap it'll be done this weekend. So like I don't want to brew another one right now because another 8 weeks from now will be too late. But like I'd be happy if we had another batch I could put on tap right now of it. So that's kind of feeling it out, and that's like we'll get into it too. But just understanding how much beer goes over the bar compared to cans, like all of that is in like just a first feeling it out. Like we had no clue how many people were going to show up. Like you write a business plan dreaming of people showing up, but you don't really know, right? So I would love like next year probably do 2 batches, like maybe a June 1st and then like an August 1st release of the beer.
Okay.
Because I just kind of like it when it's hot weather, and it's easiest, honestly, like having something like this. We're on a 120 acre farm, the brewery.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so a cattle farm, so grass-fed beef.
Awesome.
We're connected to a butcher shop. So one of my good buddies owns the butcher shop. So we're very rural in the sense, but we're like half an hour, 25 minutes from Montreal. So it's not far, but I mean, we got 4 million people that live around us. There's a lot of people that live around us, but we're rural. So like we have a ton of beer nerds that come, but then we also have like older farmers that just were like, can I have a Coors Light, or what do you have that's light? So like, this is a perfect beer to just put in front of them, and they're never going to be like, oh, what, offended by it. Right. So, so I like to have this on tap, but we also have our Kölsch, which fits that niche too. But it's kind of what I like to drink are these two. So
right.
Yeah.
Smart. With that context, that's really smart to have a beer like this that those who aren't as familiar, particularly like, farmer, there's a great older farmer dude, like who like their whole life, particularly in Quebec, probably Labatt folks or whatever.
Yeah.
And they haven't really had that experience. If you can give them something like this, it's a nice little gateway. And I imagine they'd be happy to support their local, somewhere new, fun business, young couple, whatever.
Well, that's it. We had a lot of those, like, and then you can push this to them. And sometimes even like you're kind of mentioning, sometimes I think this beer is a little bit bitter for them. So I'll even push them to fence post a bit more, which is, we'll have that Kölsch later.
Okay.
But I'm really happy with this beer. Like this is one of those, we'll kind of get into it too, but just learning a new system. I've brewed professionally for 15 years.
Okay.
So like beer isn't scary for me to brew, but a new system is like so different. So it's like you can run all the numbers, use all the formulas you have, but that bitterness might taste so different in our system. So like learning that has been a fun little challenge of it. So like this was only our 5th brew, this batch of beer.
Okay.
So it was like,
so do we have all 5? Because we have 5 beers. Are they the
probably? I think we brewed a NEIPA or 2 between the ones you had.
Okay.
So the NEIPA is just being lower volume. We fly through some of them. I only put on tap. Some of them I've canned a bit. So you'll see with the NEIPAs, but that batch of Kölsch we'll have, it was our first brew. And then the
Amazing.
Czech lager. Then we did some NEIPAs and a pale ale, and then the True Grits. So
that's sick, man.
Yeah.
Wow, that's exciting. That's super cool. I got a bit of a taste. I've home brewed back in the day, but it was like the super basic. I got an espresso machine the last like month. The dialing that in and figuring it all out gave me a taste of like, I don't know why, it's sort of, I'd never had to deal with that, and I spent all this money on it and it wasn't cheap. So we went really in. I'm a big coffee fan, and I thought it would be kind of plug and play. And I'm just like struggling. And then I found out you have to calibrate the grinder, like nobody mentioned it. And the grinder wasn't. So the once as soon as I calibrated it, because they don't put it, 0 isn't 0, like, or whatever, like you have to figure that out. I'm like, so it was like, all that really, the main thing it did for me, once I got it there now, and I'm super happy with everything. I've still got a lot of work to do, which I imagine is kind of how you're feeling as well. But it gave me that perspective on a tiny, tiny level of, now I have to go to a place and get reverse osmosis water, and I got to treat it with third wave coffee packets every 4 gallons. And I got to make sure, like, if I'm trying to get a new bean, you got to dial it in by the fraction. I work with ChatGPT to come up with a little thing to be dosed, grinds in, out, grams out. Like,
and every coffee changes and you restart every time. So
now I started buying my local here. I got a big ass bag. He sold it to me wholesale because he's a friend. So I got all right, one bean that he uses with his oat milk that he uses. I just picked up like 12 boxes today. I'm like, all right, now I can just dive in on this and just keep tweaking until I'm really happy. So all of that to say, I feel like there's a level of like a bit more of a deeper understanding. Even though we've been doing this pod for 10 years, having that and dealing with it and being frustrated by it, wanting to, throw it out the window. Like, I'm like, oh man, imagine what it's like spending what you would spend on a brewery, 7 figures probably sometimes plus. And then you're just like, oh man, he spent all this money. Like, it's not like it's like a few, like $1 or whatever per, probably less per like espresso that you pour. That's like, oh, that sucks. Let me pour it down the drain. You go and putting 5 figures worth of grain and hops and everything into a beer, and then for it to not turn out is like scary. Like,
for sure,
crazy.
For sure. But like in the same way, like I kind of always describe brewing, because like people always ask me, oh, like what are your like recipes? Do you have them? Like all that side. But I always kind of describe brewing as like cooking. So if you're like a good cook, even a good at home cook, that like you're not going to put like maple syrup on something weird. Like you have an idea of where things should go. So if you're making a soup and you're like, oh, it's kind of flat, like, oh, I'll try some lemon, I'll try some of it. Like you can bump stuff up and you have an idea of how to push stuff in a direction. So like beer is very like that, in that like you're not a blank slate every single time you're brewing. Like you can build on every brew. So like after the Kölsch, I'm like, okay, well, I like that bitterness with that much. So like I can keep that kind of number around. It's like it's kind of like always building on the last thing you did, I guess, too. So you're like, you kind of know how that's going. So like our NEIPAs right now, NEIPAs are tough, but I'm kind of tweaking them all around, just because like, oh, 30 kilos was a lot, but I got a lot of bitterness out of it. But maybe 20 kilos, but then it's not hoppy enough. So like those are kind of fooling around too. So like, but you just learn every single time you do something. So like you have to take good notes, and you have to be concentrating when you're doing it. It's not like you're running through the brewery and doing something quick and then you don't get to write anything down. So, which happens all the time. So.
Oh, I bet. And even in that context, the way you framed that was really awesome. And it makes you realize the value of, say, like flagships that are tweaked over time, as opposed to the one-offs where like you can get all the learnings, and then the next beer, you've got a different grain bill and a different hop bill, and maybe even a different water profile if it's all both New Englands.
Yeah.
So you can take some of the learnings over, but then now you've got these new variables, and maybe these hops react differently with this water profile and and then maybe, now the haze has dropped out. What the fuck? Like, there's so many things that can change that it's like, it's crazy. It really is. I don't know why. It's just I got that realization recently, so it's super interesting, and it's even more relevant to this conversation, being that you only had the brewery like twice as long as I've had the espresso machine. So it's anyway. Definitely.
But I mean, the RO water like even simplifies it. Like right now we're on a well, which changes every 4 months because we're on a well. So it's like like when I got a ton of sulfur out of that True Grits, I was like, holy shit, is our water changing that much? So like I drink our water all the time, but we're on a well. So like we haven't even done a full year of the water changing, which you can't test water enough to change it. Even municipal water changes.
Right.
I mean, municipal water shouldn't change that much. That's going to like blow your mind. But like our water could have been moving just from where it's pulling from the table, where it's at on drought, where it's at, like we're on farmland close to a river. So it could be just changing around. So that was one of those, like a little bit of, the best move would be getting our RO system, but we ran out of money. So I wasn't going to start with that. So
that's it. Can you treat it like as the well comes in? So you've got this, like you said, every 4 months at rate. I've had to
just
explain to
seasonally, it would
change.
run off with melt, snow melt, freeze. Like it's generally going to be similar,
right?
For sure, but
not as identical and consistent as you would like. As a brewer.
Yeah. I mean, like I kind of like to play with it. I kind of find it has some, I don't know, like not like love. I don't know. The nuances are interesting to me, and I think it's fun to be like, oh, cool. In the summer, maybe we get a bit more of that, but it's really soft. That's one thing. Our well is super soft.
Okay. Is that bad for beer? Or for
no,
no,
it's really good. So, well, it's pretty nerdy, but it's low in minerals, but high in alkalinity. So it's actually very hard, but it's low in minerals. So I can up and control the minerals. So like our NEIPAs, I play with the chloride sulfate level a lot, which how the bitterness affects your tongue.
Okay.
So like that I'm kind of fooling around with. But it's very hard water. So I have to fight it on the other side during the mash with a lot of acids and a lot of things to get into a good pH range.
Right.
So
does that, because I'm in Hamilton here, and they in Ontario we have crazy hard water. I've never dealt with this before, and I get like lime scale on the faucets, and even on the toilet, like it makes stains that aren't from going to the bathroom, and you have to remove it with like this bleach and stuff. It's gross.
Yeah.
So I'm like, when we got the espresso machine, everyone was like, don't put the tap water in there because it will, like, it's going through too many parts and all this hard stuff. Does that have a similar effect where you're putting this water before it's treated through anything, or do you pull it into kind of like a tank before it goes into all your more expensive, complicated parts?
No, so what we do is we have a water softener, just
like at the source water, or whatever.
So, yeah, so it comes in out of the well, goes through that, and that strips a lot of the hardness out. There's hardness, temporary hardness, and alkalinity. So it's like water is very, very, very complicated. Yeah. So we have high alkalinity, low hardness, and low minerality. So like, which is good because we can build up on it. And then all the limescale and all that could be total hardness or temporary hardness as well, because probably that's from calcium carbonate. So it's different, which is very complicated. But those definitely affect you. But for us, not having hardness, it doesn't affect as much. But so I used to brew at Castor. Castor had very hard water as well. So we would have chunks and chunks of deposit in the HLT or in the hot liquor tank, because we bring it up to temp, and then that would drop out. So like there would be buckets we'd have to get in like every couple months and pull out buckets of just dropped out calcium and dropped out carbonates. So that's very hard water as well. So I'm pretty lucky at Loup-Garou. It's pretty good. It is pretty good water. So I mean, if we had unlimited space and unlimited money, I mean, it would be cool to strip down our RO, because I could have even more control. But I don't see us doing that, just because it is pretty good water. So yeah.
Gotcha. Fascinating. I love it. Honestly, it's pretty nerdy, you're right, but I don't know why. I'm like, we had these guys on from North Carolina recently, and they were talking about they get, when they're trying to replicate a beer, say you're doing a beer from Czech Republic or whatever, you get like the water reports on all the different places of where it is, so you're able to really drill down. And I just thought that whole concept was kind of funny, but also like really cool. And it just shows how the nuances. Obviously, water is the vast majority of beer. Yeah. So it's, it is important, as much as it's the least sexy and arguably the least exciting. It's the most important thing to sort of build on and to sort of maybe understand. And it probably doesn't get, actually, there's not probably, it definitely doesn't get discussed as much, maybe because of.
For sure. It's also very complicated. It's very complicated.
Great science.
And it's like the one thing to always remember with beer is like if the water's tasty and drinkable and not weirdly sulfur, weirdly like eggy, weirdly chlorine or chlorines, not chlorides.
Chlorine, yeah, which is our one here, and I don't know what the fuck to do about it. But continue.
Yeah, so that's from municipal water, so we would never get that in a well. So that's used to sanitize.
I hate it.
Yeah. So at my house, that goes through like seasonally. So usually when it's warmer, they'll add more chlorines because the hotter water just breeds more bacteria. So they need to add it to up the to keep it. So you could find it if it's warmer, you might find that they tend to put more chlorines. And then there's free chlorines, and so some of them will boil off, some of them won't. So chlorine's really bad for brewing, and then sulfur and sulfates are sulfur, not sulfates. Sulfur is very bad as well.
Bad
because when it smells like eggs, like in your tap water, that's bad. So if you remember that, if the water's drinkable, it's going to make fine beer. Like you should do so many other things before you start looking at water as a brewer. Like you should be, if you're a home brewer, you should be like sanitation and proper yeast pitch is the most important. Don't even think about water. Just go buy bottled water, brew with that, and make some good beers of that, and then start thinking about water. It's like water's so not important if you're not doing everything else right. So
gotcha. I remember the homebrewing days. They had like little, what do they call it? It starts with C. Camphor?
Camden tablets.
Camden tablets. So you just put it. We used to buy the things of distilled water, whatever, from the supermarket, and then chuck the tablets in it. And even that RO water that I got, I bought one of those, like, you know, basically like those a big ass jug that you the upside down
5-gallon ones. Yeah.
No, it's like 18. Oh, 5 gallon. Yeah.
20 liter, 18 liter. Yeah.
One of them joints. And that thing, I don't know, it was like $12, but then to fill it's like $4.50. It was so, I couldn't believe how cheap it was. I was like, that, I mean, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to go get it, but I'm like, that's pretty sick. I'm starting to think, I was looking at it, I was like, oh, it's gonna last me a bit for coffee. I'm like, can I use it for something else? Because we use like a Brita, and you open the Brita. I need to get proper water system, but it smells like chlorine. It's disgusting to me, and I know the Brita isn't doing the job, and it's running all of it, sits in plastic, runs through plastic. It's horrendous
for sure.
But it got me thinking about water a little bit more. Anyway, all of this stuff, and just like the effect of it all. And talking to Troy from Badlands, a brewery out here, he was also a farm brewer, and he was explaining to me exactly what you were talking about, what the water table is and the wells and how that like fills up. And then sometimes if you did brews, then there's no water for the house like for a bit, so they had to come up with another water tank solution so they could pull it from there and not drain the water all the time on brew days and stuff like that. And I was like, it's just like it's like rural problems that you wouldn't even consider.
Oh, the amount of crazy little problems are like for sure. The thing with RO too that's even more interesting is like drinking straight up RO is actually bad for you because there's so little minerals that it'll literally pull minerals out of your body and you'll end up peeing them out, because like water wants to have stuff in solution. So it'll pull stuff it'll pull stuff from your teeth, it'll pull from your bones, like to just have stuff in solution. Like one glass isn't going to do it, but if you only drink RO, it's not good. It's not good for you.
Thank you for telling me that.
So like even running, like if you were running RO through copper pipes, it would pull out like
the minerals,
ions, ions and cations from the piping or any of the other piping that's not stainless. So like if you have brass, which is normal in brewing or at home, if you just ran RO through that, it would pull minerals to just come to an equilibrium in the solution. So you shouldn't just drink RO water.
That is fascinating.
It'll pull minerals from your body. So
well, thank you for warning me. Now I won't do that at all.
But if you run it through coffee, you're fine. So
and I treat it with these little packets of it's called third wave water. So every I kept like a small little 4-liter one, so basically a gallon. So I pour it from the big ass one into the small one, and then put one packet of the thing in there, which is just like a tiny little, it's like white powder. I don't even know what it is. It's a mineralizing the coffee water to make it optimal. And you just shake it up, pour that into the machine, and my friend who told me about the RO water was he just said, you'll notice a difference even going from the grocery store distilled water into RO. And I just changed yesterday, so I haven't noticed it yet. But I was just like looking, I just thought like, oh, this could be pretty sick. So you'd almost, if you wanted to drink it, you'd want to do that, essentially what that third wave water packet is, it's like mineralizing.
Yeah. Or like if you wanted to, you could do like add a shot of your tap water, and it would help like just throw some ions into solution. But like I said, it's not like you have 5 glasses and you're gonna feel sick. But if you had your whole life of pulling it, it's
gonna struggle.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, interesting. Because the other thing I was thinking, I know, sorry to keep talking about coffee, I just feel it's just parallel, was like, if I always wanted, because you mentioned you got the water softener, I always wanted to get like some sort of like not even just the softener, like a filter that would go direct from the water source from the city to come into the house, so the water that you're showering with would be all filtered, and everything out of the tap is already filtered and softened, so it removes that lime scale. It would be already basically drinkable out of the tap, as opposed to having to use some sort of third party thing. You change that filter whatever once a year, whatever it is. Sure. If that's, is that what you do anything like that, or is no need because you've got this beautiful well water that like? So
yeah, we have a pre-filter for any particles, just so it doesn't mess it up, and then we just go through a sodium water softener, and then we also have a UV light if ever there was anything that came through, so that just sterilizes. Yeah, like because we're on a farm, a lot of farms in the areas, in all areas, there could be some E. coli that hits the water table just because we have hundreds of cows around us. So like usually farms, even all the houses around us are recommended to have a UV light, and it's good because you don't, and that kills anything that runs through. So any bacteria or anything like that. I mean, we test our water, it's great, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's like $100 a year to not worry, because we serve that top router to all of our patrons too. So it's like, and it's good to not have, you could have some beer spoilage bacterias in water that is safe to drink as well for humans. So like if it's sterilizing it and then going through our hose and might get splashed into something, why not just be extra safe too? So yeah, I guess you can't be with, once again, the primary ingredient of what you're doing. Man, that's like, look, sorry for anyone who didn't really want to hear that much about water, but I think 35 minutes of water talk here. Hey man, I think it was great. I love it. I just think it's such a, it's cool to obviously, I'm maybe because I'm learning about it, it's extra interesting to me, and I never thought about water in this way before ever. Like I've always wanted to I've always most of my life drank some sort of filtered water, like Brita type shit, but like never, I don't know, thought this much about like really doing it, what it's sort of, like the tap water. Obviously it's all drinkable. There's a lot of stuff in it that like isn't great, and then you start thinking of all the things that are made, whether it's wine, beer, liquor, coffee, that are made with all of the water, and then you're sort of like, oh well, you have to change it to get a superior product in the end. And then you start actually hearing someone like yourself who really knows about you, like, oh man, this goes deep, and it's very interesting, nerdy, interesting. Yeah, man, sure. I love it. I know I told you we go on tangents, right? And then this is how it's going to be. How do you feel about some of the last sip of this one? Yeah, me too. Beautiful. I thought we might be pretty well timed. And then we'll jump to the next one, and we can get into the full backstory, because you told me something off air that is very, very cool, and it's a 10-year full circle moment. Perfect. Which I love. So what do you want, Kölsch or Czech lager? They're pretty. Which one would be a nice little succession here, as far as like, dude, Czech lager, because they'll be different. Whereas if you go to the Kölsch is probably more similar to this beer than the Czech lager would be. It's still different, but that's what I would do. You know what? Love it. I recognize the label in it a bit too, and I guess we can get into that. So Czech lager is this glorious guy, right? No, yes. Yeah. This little banger right here. Look at that. Gorgeous. Is this, and I couldn't put my finger on it. Is this inspired by a famous Czech lager, or is this just sort of made in that style? Made in that style. I mean, they're all inspired by Pilsner Urquell, I guess, in the end. But basically everything. I'm never gonna make their quality of beer. So hey, you never know. Yeah, never know. Yeah. So this is Czech Pale, 12 degrees, 4.6. Yeah. Now get nerdy. Talk to me about this one. So Raven Pils, floor malted Pils malt, about 4 or 5% Cara Hell from Environment. I wanted to do Cara 20 from Breeze, but we ran out. So that's what I would say. I think a lot of people don't know, but Czech lagers need about 4 or 5%, sometimes even a little less. You could do 3% of like C20 or Carahel, those like super light crystals.
Mhm.
Even with decoction, some of those crystal malts add to it. I think it's very interesting, and people don't always do that because they want it super pale, which I agree. But like ours is almost golden. It's hard on
Yes.
camera, but it's got a bit of gold to it. Compared to the True Grits, everything looks dark. But so those are
I guess it does. Yeah.
So yeah, some of that, and then it's like 35, 40 IBUs of saws, ton of saws in the whirlpool, ton of saws at 5 minutes, and then premium pills from Escarpment. Then this is fermented at 9 degrees C for like as long as it takes, but usually like 12 or 13, 14 days. I'm super sensitive to diacetyl.
Okay.
So like I make sure all of our beers finish fermenting, are steady on gravity, and then I do diacetyl tests on all of our beers, which most brewers probably do. But I hate diacetyl, and it like overtakes it. A lot of traditional Czech lagers actually probably do. So if you've been in the Czech Republic and you say, well, there are diacetyl in all their beers, they like it. So I probably don't brew traditional Czech lagers because I can't stand diacetyl. So I push it to not have diacetyl.
Okay, and they typically do because of any reason.
They like it. They think it's part of it. It adds mouthfeel. Like when you're there, you feel like it fits it, but I don't love it in my beers. I understand it's part of it, and it feels great when it's there. But for me, I'll always try to make sure it doesn't have it. So.
Okay, interesting. I hadn't really thought about that. I guess I'm not as sensitive to that, but also that's honestly, it's one of the things that makes me not want to do BJCP, because I'm like, if I know too much, there's like no coming back.
No,
no,
it's good to learn, and then you can like go full circle. It's like learn, you do all the nerdy stuff, and then you just come back to crushing 4% lagers. That's your beer trajectory. That's life, man.
That's what most people do. I love it.
Yeah,
brother.
You'll pick up a Coors Banquet next. So there you go.
Well, I guess we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah,
this does smell a little different.
So this one, like so like crazy. So I have this batch 2 on tap right now.
Okay. Now, so this was one of the first few beers that you did as well. We were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so this was like brew 3 and brew 4.
Okay. So you did them back to back.
Yeah. So we have 4 fermenters.
Okay.
We're still very, very small. 7-barrel system.
Okay. 4
fermenters. 2 of them are doubles, 2 are singles, and we have a bright.
Okay.
So our doubles, I brewed the same day before too, but just because I try to save on yeast a little bit. So I'll brew back to back. So I only have to pitch half the amount of yeast.
Okay.
So this was batch 1, brew 3 and 4. And super, super happy with this beer. We have the second batch on tap right now. Second batch I didn't can.
Okay.
So I canned this actually. This was one of our first cannings. This was canned in May, and it still tastes great. Like, I think the haze world has made us all think beers need to be drank super quick, but like, this beer is 2 months old, and it still tastes amazing. Like when I was putting the package together to send you, I was like, oh, it's kind of old. I haven't had one in cans, and I drank it. I was like, this thing is still amazing. So like, we're all so used to being like, pick up a NEIPA that's a month old, and you're like, wow, this is done, which isn't true either. It's just the date looking has become part of it, which you should look at dates. There shouldn't be old beer, like very old beer.
Yes.
But lagers, properly canned lagers are good at 2, 3, 4, 5 months. But like, you have to keep your O2 super low. Like improperly canned beer is done in a day. So like, you can't improperly can beer and have it stand around.
Right.
But if you properly can beer, it should last. So
I agree with that. I'm definitely a date code princess. I like my New England's like pretty fresh, like usually 2 to 3 weeks, 4 weeks tops.
Yeah.
Depending, unless my main caveat there, and that's just a personal preference, is only if it's like brewed hot, like if it came in pretty hot, let's a hot burn and stuff in that first sort of week, then I'm like, sweet, this would be great for 8 weeks. Usually it pushes it out. Lagers, 6 months, 8 months, I don't care. I find it's like, I agree wholeheartedly on that. I find there's basically no difference if they're properly treated, like you said, properly canned and arguably is if you're able to keep it as cold as possible. Like,
for sure.
it's
And I mean, that's the good thing about having a tap room is this. The warmest this beer got was sending it from Montreal to Hamilton. So yeah, and so this beer too, I just brewed. So this is our 12 Plato. I just brewed a 10 Plato.
Okay.
So that's still fermenting right now. It's going through diacetyl rest right now at the brewery. I was tasting it today. It's tasting good. So that's going to come out like mid-September. I'll start lagering it soon, which is fun because so it's going to be a blue label of this. I was going to say Desítka because it's a Desítka. This is a Světlé Zák. This one will be a Světlé Vychepny, which is Czech for pale light lager.
Yes.
So Czechs like to make it complicated. So this is a 12. That one's going to be a 10. And Kouhoutek is my grandmother's last name. So she escaped basically after the war. So Czechoslovakia.
Okay.
She escaped former Czechoslovakia. And so she's Czech. So our family is very Czech, very proud of Czech tradition and Czech brewing. So
sick,
my grandfather brewed, was a home brewer and stuff. And so there's a lot of love for Czech lagers and Czech tradition in our family too. So I always knew we were going to have, and not that we have a flagship, but I knew we were going to always have a Czech lager around. So it's going to be the 12, the 10. I'm brewing in a week or two. Probably 2 weeks. I'm going to brew our dark Czech lager.
Hell yeah.
So we're always going to have our Tmave is coming. So though I'm always going to have that. That's why I also wanted to buy the Lucre Tower. So we spent $3,500 on a Lucre Tower. So.
Damn.
But
what would a regular tap cost in comparison?
Well, a 2-tower, you can easily spend 15 on a 12 set tower or the big one too. So they're not that cheap, but a 2-tower little, if you were just getting a mediocre, for $200-$300. But
gotcha, that's what you were talking about. Okay,
but it's a Lucre tap, it's brass, it's all part of it. So and I love this beer in the can, but also it's pretty sweet on the tower. So
I can imagine. There's if I go to I would always prioritize going to a brewery that has a Lucre tap every time. It's if I'm going to go somewhere to drink, having a beer on Lucre is, I just don't think anything really touches it once you experience. And even just that, if you've got a couple of them on there, it's even better. You got more than one on Lucre. A lot of places have one, but most places don't have more than one. So you can try a few of them, and then you might be let's get a little Maliko, right? Let's be rude not to
Yeah, I like throwing those out so our water glasses at the brewery, we have Kölsch stanges for the water glasses.
Hell yeah.
And I'll always I'll do milk tubes if I know friends are coming by. So rip a tube. It's pretty nice for that too. But the thing with the Lucre tap I find now is that breweries and beer bars kind of just use it as it's an advertising, and they're just they throw it on there. Whereas I don't want to serve my German beers on Lucre taps. There's a reason the German beers are more carbonated. They benefit from it. They don't want to be knocked out in the Lucre. They don't have the same texture. They're just not designed to be served on that. So it's very cool, but if I go somewhere that's all Lucres, I'm if it's an all Czech bar that all has Lucres, that's amazing. I'm going to be there all the time. But if people are serving traditional German styles on the Lucre, I'm a bit it's not really supposed to. And maybe this is super nitpicky, but it's a bit of that's not this. It's not made to be served out. Yeah, I guess it's that. But I mean, I love German beers, and I think that they need more gas than the Czech beers. Lucre knocks out gas, so it's it benefits from them. But they're beautiful. It's so fun. But all that to say, I serve a pre-prohibition lager on it, so I'm maybe wrong on the other side. But
yeah, well, I respect the preference on there. I think it's I feel someone like yourself who clearly, which we're about to get into, clearly has a history with this and understands this. You're well within you have a deeper understanding of it and have that preference. I think that's fine for me. I'll have New England IPA and Lucre. I don't give a fuck. I want everything on that thing. I just think it's the greatest. If I had a Lucre in the house, I'm never leaving. I got the espresso machine and a Lucre tap with a crisp.
Yeah, there you
go, bro. What do you need?
Well, you can buy just the tap for $400 or $500.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You go.
I don't have a kegerator, but I'm like, what's that? Only a few hundo. So probably all up, you drop
Easy.
a G or
You got
something.
enough friends in the industry; they'll sell you a keg. You're good.
Oh, that's the least of my worries. Yeah, I'm just like, well, I would never. Yeah,
Then you got to get the Czech cold water basin to store your clean glassware, so you can pull out that. Then you can do everything, man.
Can that be an RO water?
Get the leather apron too. There, you can do everything.
I bet Pilsner Urquell probably sell that on their website.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%, dude. And Budvar, I bet too. So absolutely,
dude, don't tempt me.
Yeah,
I'm ready. I feel like I could talk the missus into that. It'd be no problem.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
You got me thinking. God damn it, Scotty.
Yeah.
On that note, you mentioned all the Czech history. I think it's I'd love to hear more about it. So for you, how did you get into beer? Like, and how did that lead to the brewery? So I imagine then maybe growing up you were exposed to a lot of Czech-based culture.
So Czech-based culture for sure. It was very hard to get beer. Like if I remember like my family finding LCBOs that they could drive to,
okay,
or that could get shipped to. Being in Quebec, SAQ didn't have them. So it'd be like Toronto could ship to Hawkesbury, and Hawkesbury's only half an hour away.
We used to go there all the time.
Yeah. So it was like, let's get a case of Pilsner Urquell sent to them. And they don't like hold up well. But I remember like the excitement of finding Pilsner Urquell like for the family. So that was always kind of cool. And my family always cared about traveling and going to Czech Republic, going to Germany, going to drink other beers and beer styles too. So being surrounded by that too, I always had an interest in beer. I basically like kind of fell in love with beer when I went on a Europe trip with my high school at like 16, 17 years old. Sick. And we went to Munich. We did Brussels, but I wasn't into Belgian beers. I was just looking for cheap beer. I was a 17-year-old shithead. So went to Germany, drank Augustiner. Was like, this is super cool. It was served on Stitch Fast. So I was like, this is a weird wooden barrel. My Czech family's Christmas tradition is like more schnitzel than you can eat in your life. So like schnitzel's always had a special place in my heart.
Hell yeah.
So I was like eating schnitzel and drinking these on my favorite beer in the world is Augustiner Edelstoff. I was drinking at 17, not knowing, and I was just like, "What? This is really cool. I don't know too much about this." So when I was traveling, I kept drinking those beers. So when I got home, I was like, "Oh, like maybe we'll just like try home brewing." So a group of friends and I just started home brewing. We were like 16, 17, brewing in my parents' basement. We were using fake IDs to buy brewing equipment. So yeah, like got carded to buy like Cooper's ale kits. Like back in the day, we didn't, like just shit like that.
So it's funny they sell them at the supermarket in Australia, like because Cooper's just like all the time. I don't even know if they card you for that, but that makes complete sense.
I don't know why we got carded because I don't think you should be. You're not. It's ingredients to make alcohol, but like I could buy bread yeast and juice
and do the same thing. Yeah.
So I remember, So I always laughed that I was using like we'd use fake IDs to get into bad bars, but this was
hilarious. Way funnier than getting into a bar. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. So our first was a Cooper's Lager kit.
Okay.
Which obviously I didn't even know what a lager was. I was fermented in a basement of glass carboy, so I don't even know if it was lager yeast. I'm not even sure what it was. Whatever. It turned out fine. Like usually everyone's first homebrew is okay because it's usually clean equipment, so it's like it was drinkable. We were putting them in like 2-liter Pepsi bottles. I worked at a golf course, so we would take home Heineken bottles, and they were like full of cigarette butts and everything, and we'd scrub them in my parents' like laundry room plastic sink and like scrub every one of those and then bottle of it. So I kind of fell in love with the process there. My friends liked the cheap beer. So like we kept brewing for a little bit and then I just continued brewing and all my friends were happy to drink cheap beer. And then at about, I had to be 19. So I started working at BAOS, BAOS All Natural in Vankleek Hill when I was 19. So I'd love Lug Tread, which we'll drink our Kolsch. I'm super passionate about that style as well. So I loved Lug Tread back in the day. And so I worked in the retail store. I was giving tours, working all weekends.
What year was that?
I'd have to do some math there.
I have to put you on the spot. It's okay. I was just curious because I went through a lot. I was like, I must have seen you then because I used to go then. 2015, I was going to BAOS. I lived in Montreal, so I was around there.
Yeah. So
might have seen you. Okay.
for sure. So yeah, giving tours, hanging out, that kind of stuff. Always had my eye on how to get into brewing. So I was home brewing, getting more and more into it, like kind of how you're talking about espresso. It's like, it just like opens the door and all of a sudden you're like reading water reports. It's like, you're don't know how it happened, but that's it. So Matt, the brewmaster at BAOS,
Yes.
saw that I had an interest in it. Yeah. So I was kind of like, how do I get into that side? They'd seen that I kind of like loved that side of it. So like I'd help mash out, I'd help do things. I was like kind of doing the events and like super passionate about beer. And now that I own a brewery, I understand it's not that it's hard to find passionate people, but people that know beer, like it takes weeks and weeks and weeks to educate people to just be able to talk about. If you're not a beer person, it's a super intimidating world to get into. So like, I would love to just hire beer nerds. I don't have to say anything, but like, imagine you've never had any beers. And I'm like, this is a Czech beer. This is a 12 Plato. I also brewed a 10 Plato. This is the Czech word. I can't pronounce it. I don't pronounce it right. This is the other Czech word. So like, it's a very, very hard to do. So like having a beer nerd come in and want to work, you're like, yes, please, because I don't have to explain to you what hops are. Like we can talk like NEIPAs and discuss hops, like not even think twice about it, but somebody doesn't like, they don't even know what the ingredient is. Right. So like just everyone's open to learn and our staff's like quite good at this point, but you have to say like, this is a plant. This is the fruity side of beer. That's from hops. So like just in that side of it. So I think like just being a beer nerd, I ended up jumping more and more into that side of it. And then I have a degree in food chemistry. Okay. So I kind of always loved food. I loved science food. So I have a degree in food chem from McGill. So with that, I started the lab at BAOS. I was the head of the QA and QC lab.
Okay.
So back when BAOS was like making the best beer around, and aggressively marketing and aggressively growing, it was like the growth overtook how quickly they could like manage their quality. So they were like, we really need a lab really quickly. So I jumped in and I started the tasting panels. We started plating. We started doing all the important work that it's so hard when you're one, like a brewery with a few brewers that are like working night shifts filtering, like to tell someone like go plate or go do microscopy. It just doesn't happen. It's the easiest thing in brewing to push aside, but it's super important. So me having the interest on both of them is I designed, basically built out the lab. And with that, I was doing a lot of assistant brewing. So I was like doing the tasting panels and then I'd help mash out or help anything. Because I just loved brewing and loved being part of it. And I was like bringing my home brews on the tasting panels. So like trying to clear palettes, I'd bring my home brews and try to get feedback on those. So that was kind of a way for me to get a bit of constructive feedback on all the home brews back then. Then I basically, when BAOS added the 60 barrel system, I was offered a job at Castor. And I was like, well, it was a bit closer from home. I was almost done my degree at that point. So I was like, cool, this will be fun. So I transitioned to Castor. And with that, I brewed there for 11 or 12 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was very fun being in like the start of a 10 barrel 4 fermenter brewery to build to a 20 barrel, 23 fermenter, 24 fermenters. Just like learning that growth, learning how the ups and downs, learning all part of that was very, very fun. And it was a whole other world.
What year was that moving to Castor?
23?
Oh, so that's how old you were. What year?
Yeah.
Was that like 2015-ish?
Yeah.
2014?
Yeah. 14.
14. Okay, so if you
2020, 2013, 2014. Yes, not 2023.
Okay, that would make sense. Okay, so you were in BAOS earlier
before
than that. So
then.
maybe I did miss you then, but this would make sense. We're going to get to why that year makes sense, because you created the beer that we drank on episode 1 on the podcast, which arguably I've talked about this with my Quebec friends when we lived there. We talked about this a lot. Like the Yakima IPA from the Castor like changed the game. It was the first beer that I traded. I did my very first beer trade in 2013, and it was the Yakima IPA and Pit Caribou's American IPA.
Yeah.
And they were the two best 650 ml bombers that I sent to some dude in fucking Red Deer, Alberta. And it was like, I was like, this is sick. This felt like a worthy trade because they were our two best beers that I felt at the time. And that was a beer that you created, the Yakima IPA.
Yeah. So when I started at Castor, they were home brewers that kind of basically needed a bit of professional side of it. They knew what they wanted to do. It was a very good business to start. But they just basically needed a bit of professional brewing experience. And I guess I kind of faked my way into thinking that I was that person because I was just an assistant brewer with a science background, but I loved beer. So I started working them for free for a while, like helping them out, kind of cleaning some kegs and help. And then I got offered the job through that. And so I was always like brewing back in the days. Regular beer nerd trajectory was just like a hop head. So I mean, Heady just came out. Like I remember lining up at Waterbury to get Heady. Like that was the time. So it was like that was the craziest time of beer. Sometimes like thinking about that, how crazy. I remember getting Pliny the first time. Yeah, there you go. So getting Pliny the first time, like I don't know, it's changed your life. So
big time.
I loved West Coast IPAs, and I was brewing them a lot at home. So
you drank it like really in both of those beers. Like you definitely got them before I did. I think I had Tatey in like 2012, maybe, but Pliny much later.
So I was just lucky being at breweries. So like people would be like,
people would bring them in.
Yeah, or they'd be like, and I'd be like, yeah, dude. They'd be like, you want to trade? And I'd be like, I don't even know what value. Like, here's a case of my beer for one Heady because I don't give a shit about my beer because I want like one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so sick that you got to try that, and that those two beers, would you say, are the main inspo for Yakima?
Yeah. So like obviously Heady's so different from those, but just like learning that you could have super hoppy beers. And then like one interesting benefit that we got at Castor was that being organic, basically at that point when West Coast IPAs were taking off in the States and we hadn't really done them in Quebec yet, other than a few, like Pitt was doing them and there's a few, like Dunham had a few. Or brew pubs like Benelux had a few good ones too. But
yes, I used to live near there. Like
yeah. So like I'd go to Benelux just because it was the only thing that was hoppy. But like, what was the Mill Street?
Oh,
it was like red, more like
Tank House.
I remember getting Tank House being like, this thing is so hoppy that like blew my mind back in the day. So we would like, I was brewing them at home and learning how to do it, and super active on Homebrew Talk, super active on forums. Like I just was just a beer nerd brewing. Sick. And then I was like, well, no one's really doing this. And then the owners of Castor also knew that no one was really doing them, and they loved West Coast IPAs. So I was like, So the benefit of being organic was that we were offered Citra hops when you couldn't get Citra because it was so small. It was basically all the good breweries were buying it up. There was no way you could find Citra. Even as home brewers, like if somebody found an ounce of Citra, it was like insane. You'd write about it, like rave about that you could find the hops. So we were offered it on contract because we were organic. So there was a hop farm that was growing them that wanted to sell to organic breweries because they were like, we have all the other breweries contacting us that are not organic, but we want to sell to organic brewery. So we were able to get Citra, which was like that, like just that thing alone revolutionized Castor because we were able to have a hop no one else had just because we were organic. So with that was able to finish brewing like of Yakima. So like I was super interested. I used to listen to a ton of Brewing Network podcasts. So that was like my go-to. So but it's a simple recipe. It's just pale malt and pretty bitter and dry hopped. I mean, now if you have the Yakima, you're like, holy crap, this is bitter. But that's just how much our palates have changed. So
okay, is it just Citra, or was there other hops?
No. So now I can't say what it is anymore. I'm not even sure. But back in the day, it was like Citra Simcoe Eldorado, and Eldorado was like a filler, but like Citra Simcoe
with a big 2. Okay.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
like Magnum Bittering, bring it up, and then I think it was Centennial Cascade that I was brewing with my parents' base because like you didn't want to waste Citra, so you're just like, let's just put this in the dry hop because you don't want to waste it. So
No, hell no. Interesting. That is crazy. Now, when you created that beer, that must have been 2013, 14?
yeah,
No, it must have been 2013 because if I traded it in 2013.
yeah. So like I was probably just brewing it 12,
2012.
13-ish. Yeah.
Okay. Did you, or because we had Dan from the Caster on the pod years ago, and he mentioned he couldn't drink because he had a head injury that stopped him from drinking. Poor guy. Like, that's crazy. You own a brewery and you can't fucking drink. Nuts. He was super cool. Did you or anyone there, did you realize what you'd created? Like you created a cultural phenomenon?
Well, I mean, cultural phenomenon, like it's
within the beer world, but still,
it
for
felt
if you're into
very crazy because like we were bottling that beer. We would have our delivery truck sitting there bottling it and putting them on. Like back in the day when like that was the thing, we were just like every single drop was people were like calling like offering to probably to pay more for them. Like it was just out the door. So that momentum felt very, very crazy. Yeah. So you could feel that. We say we changed the world. It's just beer in the end of the day, but it felt very, very cool in that. Like it's also like you have to temper like are we going to do only this beer? Because we could just do only this beer. So like we decided not to only do that beer at the time.
Right.
But a lot of it was also just trying to contract out enough hops. So like now I think people understand it, but like somebody asking like Alchemist, like John Kimmage always would say from Alchemist, like I can't just brew like 15,000 hex of this beer because I don't have the hops. They don't have the ingredients for me to make this. So like people don't get, well, like every other business in the world, well, most other businesses in the world are like, well, you're growing. Why don't you just keep growing? Like if you have demand for double the amount, why don't you just brew double the amount? That sounds like the most smart business thing you could do, but it just doesn't work that way in beer. For contracting hops, for finding ingredients, for like logistics. So we ended up like we got into a ton of stores back then, and I mean we were in the 660s. We were hand bottling those 660s too.
Jesus.
Like, yeah. Then we bought the Maheen, so we had a six
head filler,
4 head, 6 head. I think it was 6 head.
Bit better.
Yeah, so we're doing like 10 hacks an hour,
but with like the bottle top thing.
No, so the hand was put in by hand, CO2 purge fill, and then like lever, you'd smack the bottle to get foam, and then it would hand cap on it, like a piston would come down. Then the Maheen was like 6 at a time come down on it. So then we went from that to the cans, which that's a whole other side of the beer world. But it was pretty crazy. Like the early Yakima days were, you could feel, change the world is not like a good feels like hyperbolic in a way, but you could feel the momentum of it back then for sure.
Okay. That's good to hear, because it was, and to put it into context, yes, it's only beer, but at the time I moved to Montreal in 2012 and I lived there 10 years. And I was into, by the time, I know 2013, 2014, I got into beer like beginning of 2011 properly, like with this selfie shit. And it was, the Yakima IPA was like the epitome. Like I felt like the Quebec beers, a lot of the stuff that I was getting when I first moved there was extraordinarily underwhelming. And maybe I wasn't looking in the right places, but I was like, not to say I came from Toronto, not to say that the Ontario stuff was significantly better, but I feel like it was such an infancy. There was some cool stuff around, but it wasn't crazy. Mm-hmm. And the Yakima IPA was the first beer that I can recall, aside from Mill, because the Mill Street stuff, yes, that blew my mind back then as well in 2011.
I bet you if you tasted it now, you'd be like, holy crap.
I have had it. I had Cobblestone Stout at a show on Friday. It's water with a little bit of,
it's crazy.
It's like, I understand what happens when you do it. It does suck, for them that they've really watered down these recipes. But at the time, yeah, Tank House was like super punchy. Organic now, I can't stand it when I drink it. It's just not what it was, because once you've had it back then, you've got this nostalgia attached to it. When you're trying this stuff, and obviously our palates have changed, but it's like, yeah, it's not the same. But the Yakima IPA was like in the very small, like particularly in 2013, 2014, that super small niche beer world, it felt like it was the first product. This is maybe, rose-colored glasses remembering it with that, but it felt like it was like, oh, this is like, now we're like got something that we can get from America. Now we've got some shit in at home that is as good as some stuff that's coming out of the States. It was punchy, it was bitter as hell, it was like the perfect color, it was in this beautiful big bottle that like you had a lot of it, and you didn't, you only had a couple of those a night, and you kind of lit back then. So it was just like I don't know, it made me really proud. And if I was like able, like wanting to show people from other places, hey, yo, check what we've got, like, well, that's why we had it on that pod. I was like, that's my favorite beer at the time. Lug Tread obviously was a big one for me back in that day as well. But I just feel like locally, we filmed that podcast in Quebec, or we were also only audio, but it was important for me, at least, to I specifically chose that beer. I know my friend Scott, who was hosting at the time, he was super into it as well, and it was like just a cool, yeah, man. It was just like a moment that really felt like it was putting Quebec on the map. That's what, if I really want to simplify it into a few words, I really think that's what it was. And it lasted a number of years. And there wasn't that, it was, Pit Caribou, like you said, we're doing some stuff, but it took a bit for other breweries to kind of really catch on. Dunham obviously had like Leo's Breakfast and things like that was nice and bitter, and they probably had some other ones that are escaping me. But and then you guys kept coming out with, like, I think it was called Eclipse, the black IPA. Things like that. I was like, and it felt like, oh fuck, man, the Castle's killing it. You just kept like innovating. At the time, you weren't dropping a new beer every week, because nobody was doing that. But you were dropping things regularly enough that were also fantastic over and above Yakima, that really felt like something's happening here that's on. Otherwise, Quebec was this little, like, I don't know, just this little thing that was probably pretty big on Belgians, which I liked back then, not so much now, but. And they had some other barrel aged stuff that I just didn't find everything in Quebec incredibly exciting. And Yakima was probably, I can't think of one that was more exciting to me than that beer from Quebec.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
I think
proud
that's
of it too. It was very fun. So
I
think too, like the branding too, was having screen printed bottles felt like very, very American in nature, like
big time.
So I think
maybe
they
why.
nailed that side too. So
I wonder if that's why. That's part of that feeling.
Yeah,
because it felt like if I had, either back then I got a long immigration story.
Well,
I couldn't leave. But
Sip of Sunshine was in those big ones too, like a few. Of
those. I didn't have it. I had it in Cairns, 2016. So I was a bit later because of I was landlocked for about 4 years for immigration. It was a bitch. I couldn't leave. So I didn't get to catch all of that. So only if people brought stuff back.
Yeah.
But you are right, though. All the different ones I can think of that were in those bottles, it just felt like my friend from Phoenix he came and visit us a couple of times. So he would always bring stuff, and all the stuff that, like, Lost Abbey. Actually, maybe they had they didn't have screen printed. Stone, Rogue, things like that.
Yeah. I mean, Stone IPA was like one of the big inspirations too. Like, I go to my grandparents and they would have Stone IPA, and I would just the Ruination too. Now I wonder what Ruination would taste like. Holy shit, that would destroy your teeth.
I probably would. I went to Stone and
so bitter, I bet you, but I would love to taste that beer right now.
I wonder if they've adjusted it for the times.
I don't know. They kind of, I don't know. They play that stubborn card. I don't know if they would have moved on. I went to Stone in Richmond, I think it was last summer. Okay.
And I didn't have the Stone IPA. I was like, let me try something they brewed here. Yeah, that's fine. It wasn't anything crazy. In hindsight, I probably should have had the Stone IPA just to see. But I went to Sierra Nevada this year in North Carolina, in Asheville. That was fucking amazing. That was incredible. Having the pale ale on tap it's still just as glorious as it is. Whereas I don't know about the other ones as much, because I guess it's like a little tougher to get. And then you go there and you're like, well, am I going to drink that? Or am I going to drink all of these other cool things that, sometimes nostalgia. Well, I don't know about. I imagine this is another one. Two Hearted is a big one. I buy it all the time.
200 and Hop Slam. That was like
Bells. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two as well. I feel like Too Hard is kind of everywhere. We
Now
just
for
looked
sure,
at
but like back then when like Yak was coming out, it was like go to my grandparents, like they live in South Carolina, which isn't a beer. Now it's better, but back then was I remember like buying Anchor Steam and Sierra Pale, and it was just like that was insane, dude. Like
yeah, and back
so,
then, even now, you just said that. My immediate thing is hell yeah.
yeah.
Like
Oh, I go back now at Christmas, like my grandma's always like, what can I buy you? Like you're coming for Christmas, let me have some beer in the fridge. I'm like
here's a
Sierra
list.
Pale. Yeah, no, I'm usually just Sierra
Wow.
Pale.
Yeah,
I'm
just get a
like,
case.
it's like it's gonna be fresh, it's gonna be
Yep.
delicious. I'm gonna go buy my own beer after, but like I'm
Yeah,
gonna get off the plane and I'm gonna want to drink 4 of them with you guys. So I want Sierra
yeah.
Pale. Like
That's such a good point. I don't know if I would disagree with that in any shape or form. It's probably the easiest option, either that or you could get like something like Two Hearted, or you could probably down there get Highlight or something. But I think Two Hearted's a little Highlight is really old school. I
yeah,
found
and
like whereas
that can be like hit or miss on dates.
it's true. Whereas Two Hearted seems to be maybe down there. I don't know. I was just in Detroit too, like a couple weeks ago, and I got it from like Trader Joe's, and in the bottle,
Yeah,
I was like, "Fuck, oh, beautiful!" And even was like on the shelf because Trader Joe's don't
yeah,
refrigerate their beer, and I was
yeah,
like, because it was in Detroit, it was like, "Fuck it," and it was great. It was just as great. I normally would get cans. You can usually go in like Wegmans, Buffalo, or something. You get like little 6 packs, 12 packs of it and stuff in the shorties, and they're so sick just to have.
yeah,
Like also Sierra Nevada, and they always have things like that. You can just get it 6 or 12s just to sit in the fridge. It's just you don't have to think about it, which is real, and it's just like a fun American beer that you're getting because it's a treat, but it's also something you don't have to think about. You just, I want a Two Hearted right now, god damn it. And it's
yeah.
it's like a nice little yeah, it's fun, right? So all of that is like it's so nostalgic. Look at us both like lighting up over it, and Yakima fits in that though. Like that was the one that was like, oh, we got something here. We got something this is good as the American stuff. Did you ever get, was there any like crazy things where you like trading, where they like people coming up from the States that were excited about it or anything kind of
Yeah,
cool?
there's a few dudes
that?
like that I became friends with that were
Hell
like
yeah.
would drive to this basically Vermont. We were just so busy we couldn't do our own go on vacations that much, but
Of
like
course.
go up and they would just bring back Hetty and we trade for Hetty. And I was like, yeah, I'm happy to give you guys low fills of Yakima for a 4-pack of Hetty. Like that was always very, very fun.
That's
So yeah,
amazing.
we definitely had those back in the day too. So
I love that. I was going to plug my computer in. The yeah, man, that's okay. So do you want to maybe pause there, because both of us will probably finish the beers. When I say pause, I mean like pause the story, not pause the podcast.
yeah,
And we'll grab, do you want to do the Kolsch?
sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now this is another one that I can't put my finger on if it's inspired or if it's sort of like this is inspired by a Czech.
So like it's so our graphic designer is one of my best friends.
Okay.
He did all of the branding design, all of the True Grits can was done by my father-in-law. He's also a graphic designer. So pretty
Amazing.
lucky to have all these artists surrounding me. But every other beer was done by one of my good buddies. His name's Michael Comentini. So he does
Shasta Mike.
yeah. So he designed the logo. So like being a good friend, he knows what I like. So we had a lot of mood boards set up on a lot of the cans and a lot of the branding. So like our branding very much is like national parks kind of fits folklore. So that's like our main logo kind of fits that. So all of these were like, we take a lot of Kölsch, we go through all the Kölsch pictures and we like, what do we like? It's like we have Germanic in font, and then these are the main green colors. So
I love it. It's so well. If that was the intention, you nailed it, because it's like it feels. Yeah, I've got the feeling. I'm like, I've seen this before, and is it because I've seen, the reason I'm asking, I'm not saying it's in any bad way. I've seen people do almost like homages, like I was saying, to other, whatever, but old school famous brands where like you could get a C&D, but it's like they're such small batches, whatever. But to know that it's not. But it's resonating and it's delivering those feelings of familiarity whilst being new and fresh. That is arguably like the ultimate outcome for like a designer. Look at that head on there, man. Fuck. So Kölsch. Okay.
Yeah.
Fence Post Kölsch.
Yeah.
Talk
So name was a throwaway name as a joke because we're on a
Mhm.
farm.
Here for it.
And then now people seem to love it. So it's kind of almost become our flagship beer at the brewery just because Czech lager takes a little bit longer to make.
Right.
And
You can pump this out.
yeah, I mean, it still lagers a long time.
Of course.
But so coming from BAOS, my first love was Kölsch, and then having traveled through Germany a bunch of times, I just fell in love with Kölsch. Always wanted to. They're such drinkable beers.
They really are.
I mean, Augustiner being my favorite beer.
That's
Obviously, Helles is So Helles is like less fruity, obviously a little bit cleaner. I like Kölsch because kind of people think they know Kölsch, but they don't really know what Kölsch should taste like. So Kölsch should be fruity. Kölsch should be interesting. Kölsch shouldn't be a lager.
Okay.
Kölsch should be appley. Kölsch should be grapey. Kölsch should be interesting. So that's why I push this beer. So this is all Weirmann Barke Pils with 10% Barke Vienna, 10% regular Vienna, not their Barke Vienna.
Okay.
And then Escarpment Kölsch yeast, which I really, really love.
Mm-hmm.
And then Spalter hops again.
Spalter hops. Okay.
Yep. And it's like they drop so clear. Like this beer's freaking clear, which is really, really nice.
Super
for
clear,
a brewery that can't filter. So
yeah. Of the three beers, this is definitely the clearest.
Yeah.
This is man, and you were right as well, by the way, to do this. It's very not very similar, but it's definitely a market difference. It was good to do this step.
Yeah.
Even though and actually technically it's a great ABV step up too, because we're at 4.2, 0.6, 0.8.
There you go.
And it's keep going. This is fantastic.
Yeah, so I've always loved Kölsch, and I knew we were gonna brew it. It's fun to brew these kind of people. This one, like I was saying, introducing people when they come into the tap room to something. This one is even more easier for people.
Okay.
Like you said, the True Grits maybe is a touch bitter, whereas like you would think that's our light lager. Like by all aspects of it, it's an adjunct light lager. Okay. You'd think that would be the one we should offer them, but people tend to gravitate towards this. Maybe there's a touch more body. I'm not exactly sure why. People like it more. I mean, it's very delicious. I'm super, super proud of this beer too. And we serve all of our beers in different glassware too. So
specific for
this.
Is that what you've been showing all the glassware that you're?
Yeah. So this one is this one's our German glass,
like a Willy Belcher.
Yeah, and then same as yours, we serve all of our Czech stuff in.
Love that.
In our Kaiser, and then all of our hoppy stuff are in tulips.
Hell yeah.
So, which is very fun for me because I love glassware. I love all the sides of it, but a bit of the education side of it too has been fun. Fun and annoying, whichever one you want to say. But like explaining why our pints for hoppy beers are in tulips, because they're like, well, that's not a pint. Why is the lager 20 ounces? But it's all kind of funny part of it. So
ABV usually, right? Like it's pretty understandable.
Yeah, but you get it. It's other people that are like, well, why is it $9.50 and the other one's $9.25 and it's less beer? I'm like, well, there's $5,000 of hops in that beer, so that's why.
Gotcha. So a bit of consumer education.
Yeah, which is fine. Like our staff all knows it. We know how to explain it, but it's all kind of just part of the side. So.
Totally get it. This is fantastic. The appley thing.
Yeah.
I'm getting it on the nose, like real subtle. And I guess, excuse me, I didn't know that's what that was a part of a Kölsch thing. This is awesome.
So like Kölsch, in general, people tend to brew Kölsch like a lager. Like they'll even ferment it too cold. It should be fruity. So like it should be fruity, but it should be super crisp. Like you should still down a pint of Kölsch and not have to think about it. But if you want to think about it, it should have fruitiness. So like you should have some of that white grape. You should have some of that character to the Kölsch. Like if you go to Köln, some of the Köln breweries are even pushing towards Helles, but I think that's just market shift. But some of the good ones are quite fruity.
I feel like I'm getting like a little hint of like a lemon or something in that.
Yeah. Some of those hops get that too, that herbaceousness I pull too. So
it was Spalter hops, that's right. Yeah, man. This is I feel like I drink if I had my choice of if I saw these three on a list, I'd go for the Czech lager 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
That's just my shit. I kind of like it a little bitter and stuff like that. And I feel like every time I drink a Kölsch, I'm always like, oh, why didn't I drink Kölsch's more often?
For sure.
And it's just really nice. It's so approachable. It's more it's almost like I get in my head about it's a lagered ale, and maybe just because it's not a straight lager, it's not going to be as good when it always is as good. And obviously, Lugtrade is that. Did you actually end up brewing that at all? Or you
assistant brewing on it? So like, I for sure mashed in batches and did all stuff. Like I know everything about that beer, but like I wasn't really a brewer back then. So
okay, have you tried the newest version now? Because we had Steam Whistle on recently.
Yeah,
and they were saying now they brew Lugtrade at their spot. Have you tried the newest?
Yeah.
How do you, as someone who participated in that, how do you feel?
I think it's great. Yeah,
I think it tastes pretty great too.
Yeah. Anyone who I've had people tell me it's not the same. I'm just like, well, I think you're just biased because it still tastes great. So
yeah, it doesn't taste bad at all. I think it is a little bit different, but they were saying that Steve and everyone were pretty happy with it. So yeah, it's always curious to see like when you change where it's brewed type of thing, and even if it's the same ingredients, I imagine the scale of the system is different. So it's it's great. Now you said in the brewery you're serving this in those Willie Belches. Do you do I think what are they called? Stanton? What's the name of the glasses?
Stange.
So STANGE?
GE, yeah.
Stange.
Yeah. So that's the one that we don't do traditionally.
Okay.
I serve our water in it just for fun. But that is another level of education that we're just not there yet. Like we'd have to charge $4 because it's like 200 ml.
It's 200.
So it's like, I don't even know, 230 maybe.
Yeah.
So like it would be a whole other side of it. We're discussing doing like a Kölsch night.
I was about to ask.
Yeah. So we want to do one.
Thing
yeah.
Which
like obviously inspiration from being in Cologne, but inspiration from Notch and a few of the other breweries who actually done them. So we're not making anything up, but that we would really like to do that because it's amazing. It's so cool.
I've never attended. I've always wanted to. It was like Godspeed in Toronto does it, and I'm like, Hamlet's like an hour and a bit. I'm just like, I want to go there and like not have. I want to have more than I would be able to and drive home.
Yeah.
So it's
and
almost,
they go down quick too. So
I would imagine so. And you usually remind me how it works. So don't people come around with that little the holding thing with a whole bunch of them?
Yes, it's called the crans, KRANZ.
Okay.
And it's just the servers, the main service. So they take your food order as well, and they'll just rip around. And if you have because they're so fast at coming around, if you have like under half of your glass, usually they're going to give you one. And they'll just keep putting it down, and they'll like leave one there, and you'll finish the last sip. Or usually they almost like force you. They're like, I want to pick up your glass, take your last little sip.
Oh, because it's kind of annoying for them if you don't.
Yeah, or like they don't really want a ton of glasses on it, and then they'll mark on your coaster
how many you've
had, and then at the end of the day, you can put it on top of the glassware, but you don't. It's not like that's not the rule. It's kind of people say it, but it does. That's a way for them to stop. But usually you do like the eye contact, like I'm good, and they'll be like come up and they'll be like, okay, blah, 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 blah. It's 28 euros because you had 20 beers, whatever it is. But they like
I like it.
It's served cold, super big heads. Like it's a third of foam on those stanges too. So like it's even less beer. So it's like 4 sips of beer, but you almost always have a fresh one in front of you. So it's not like you're like sitting around at a bar here where there's a long lineup and you're waiting and you're not drinking beer. Like you're always drinking beer at a good Kölsch brewery.
Okay.
And then they'll just tally it up at the end. So like you can kind of set some goals for yourself. So
okay, so it's 200 ml with a third. I think
it's like 200. Yeah, they're like super fluffy heads, and they pour it super fast. The good breweries are pouring it from gravity.
Meaning
the mediocre breweries are pouring it with looking like a wood barrel.
Okay.
And some of the breweries can transition out of pouring them from wood barrels. So like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they might not do wood barrels, and then they'll tap them Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or like the busier days, just because the beer will go bad quicker. So if they're not going to crush through their wood barrels, they're not going to tap them.
But are those big serving barrels the ones that are maybe like a full fucking
Yeah, some of them are only
whiskey
20
cans.
liters too, though. And,
Oh,
they'll
okay,
cap
the
'em
little
and
casks.
rip them. Yeah.
Okay.
So like if you're going to like Miles Mule, if you're going to Peter's, Peter's up or down, but there's like a few in Cologne that you can. They're all like 12 minutes from each other. So like you could just do it evening in Cologne and try like almost all of the best ones.
Okay.
Most of them will be served from wooden barrels. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Damn
they're pitch line. They're not adding any
pitch line, okay.
character. They're not. It's not part of that, but it affects if you have a beer 2 hours later, it might be lower carbonation. It might affect the temperature. So like it changes throughout the serving process, which is kind of interesting of Kölsch. But it's also just a pale lager that they drink a shit ton of. So it's not I bet if you brought like tasting notes to a Kölsch brewery, they'd be like, I don't want to talk about this. It's just Kölsch. Just drink some Kölsch.
So shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder. It's honestly like top of my list is to get out to Pilsen and go around. I've been to Germany, but I didn't get to get Czech. When I went to Czech Republic in 2004, you had to have a visa to go there. Like there wasn't
Crazy.
like open. Yeah, you couldn't. I had to go from Berlin to I think Vienna, but you had to go the long way because I couldn't cut through Czech Republic because without a visa.
Yep.
And I knew nothing about beer, so I'm kind of like I can't wait to go back. It's one of the kind of what you alluded to earlier about the cycle of beer. You're exactly right. Like you started with Crispies, like local ones, go to the Euros, and you maybe get into Belgian. This is back in the day.
Sure.
You get into the Belgian stuff, and then you kind of the American fun stuff, wheats and IPAs and da da da. And then now with haze and stouts and barrel aged stuff and barley wines and smoothies and da da da. And then you end up right back at Crispies, and I'm just like
drinking Kölsch.
Right back drinking Kölsch, and I'm just like I want to go there so bad to see what that culture is like those places in Prague where like there's one place that it only does some dark lager. I forget what it's called.
You Fleku.
That's the one. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
That everyone tells me about, and just like to the point that people were saying that like folks have a seat, and if you're not there every Monday because you come every Monday or whatever, then they call they worry about you type of thing, like where you at type shit. It's just like such a part of the culture, and I want to see what that drinking culture is like because I'm so deep in the North American drinking culture, which is awesome, and then experiencing it secondhand over here. I want to go to those Kölsch nights, or I go to Godspeed or True History in Toronto that would have, or in Montreal, Silo that has that now. Obviously, you guys have the Luca and stuff like that to have, to really like hang their hat on Crispies.
Yeah.
So I guess I think it's fascinating, and even for you now, I know we kind of like we're going to keep going with the story, but would you even say that because obviously you worked at Le Castor and you transitioned from them directly to your spot, is that fair? Yep. When you started the brewery, was your intention to, because if we've got 5 beers tonight, 3 of the 5 were Crispies, which I thought was awesome. Is that what you're really trying to put the focus on? Like if people think of Loup-Garou, what would you want them to think about?
Yeah, it's like my main passion is probably pale lager. But I also I love NEIPAs, and I think like we make a really good one, and I always am working on it. But I also love pale lager. It's like my favorite. Well, I have 2 favorite clients. One of my favorite clients is like we've had some like 70-year-old ladies that come in and drink a mug or 2 mugs of Czech lager with their friends and then go home. So like they're not talking tasting notes. They don't care. They just want it to be drinkable at under 5%. Like, and maybe they're going to eat a snack. Maybe they'll eat some of our tacos or sausage or something. But like, those are the coolest. And I'm like, oh, we're out of the bearded male group, which I understand. It's very important, but that's like part of it. But then some of my favorite other clients are like our age. They come in, they'll have a Czech lager, and then they'll have a NEIPA with their family, and then that's it. So it's like they want to have a Czech lager, but they also want to have hoppy beers. So like if I had to choose between brewing either of those forever, I would always pick lager. But I'm always gonna have NEIPAs on tap because I think they're kick-ass and I love having them. But like if I'm at the bar and I want to taste how our beers are doing, I'm gonna always pour a bigger pour of Czech lager than our NEIPAs. If I'm like, what states are our NEIPAs in? I haven't had them in 5 days. I'm not gonna have a half a glass. But if it's a Czech lager, I might open the tap a little longer because that's what I like to have too. So
Completely understood. And that was essentially how Mike positioned what you do to me, because he knows that myself and my co-host Nate, who's just had a kid, and that's why he's not here. Congrats to Nate, because he had that kid like a week ago. That Mike knows we love haze, so he was like, and he's not so much of a haze guy, and we kind of give each other shit, which is always funny. But we obviously have a massive crossover. He does like haze, and if he's posting about haze that he loves it, that's why he was like, boys, you need to have Scott on the pod. And I was like, let's go. So that's why I reached out, because I was super excited to try the New Englands, because it's always, whenever someone else is doing them great and there's a new brewery doing them great, I'm here for it. And I imagine a lot of people feel the same way. But I think equally as cool to me is that this is what you chose, and I think this is maybe not how he positioned it, which is even cooler, because this is something that I'm like arguably equally passionate about. If I had to choose either, I would probably I'd go with the Crispies too. I'm with you. It's just, you just can't go wrong. Like you can drink them all the time. You're gonna get way less fat off these than the New Englands,
for sure. And I mean, like, we get a lot of people that might show up and drink Kölsch and then a Czech lager, but then leave with a 4-pack of our NEIPAs. So like, gotcha. There is side of that totally as well. And they'll kind of come in with their family, and both of the couple will each have, like, one of them will have a True Grits, one will have a Kouhoutek, then they'll both have a fence post, but then they'll leave with a 4-pack. They maybe probably eat some food too and go home. So like that's kind of the thought. And we notice, like, always we're selling more lager on tap, but more NEIPAs in cans at the end of the day. Always. I
don't know why, but that completely adds up.
Yeah.
Because I think maybe it comes back to what I said before, is that drinking a lager, particularly on Luca, and the fact that you've invested that amount of money in that tower, it's that experience that you cannot replicate anywhere else. You have to go to the brewery to try that. But you take the haze home and you want to crack the can of haze, fuck yeah. That makes complete sense to me. So I'm like, I get it. I totally get it. Because it's almost like if you want to take, sometimes the lagers, maybe they I don't know, I'm putting this out there. Like, have you thought about doing 355s? I imagine.
Yeah. It's like a discussion we're going forward on that. I'd love to do those. Like, True History launched that Gold Star.
Yeah, it's great.
Which is like so kick-ass. The branding is unreal. I'm sure their beers are amazing. Like, their beers are always amazing.
I tried on tap for the first time on Luca, and it was like when they positioned it, and it was in that old school 80s, like the one my dad used to use, kind of like that, like I don't know, you know what I mean? It's like a tube with the goes out at the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the heavy bass. And I'm like, wow, this is nostalgic as fuck. Like, even in Australia, that's what the Aussie breweries used. And my dad drank macro beers at the time.
Yeah.
And it was like, wow, this is the same thing, but it's not shit. Like,
yeah, for sure. So it's a discussion. Like, at the start, we were just like, it's easier to go 16 ounce for everything for us. But like Herman in an hour and a bit north of us, they do all 355s, and I love that. I think, like, I don't know, I love the NEIPAs in big cans, but I think that's just like a love of Vermont. Like, just having grown up being like chasing Hill Farmstead and chasing Alchemist, chasing Sip when it was put to cans. Like, that was always, so like, I always feel like they have a place in that. But like, I also think it would be sick to grab a 6-pack of 355s and like go fish or go like do something naturey. Like, that's like kind of what I like to do too. So like, I think we'll get there. Honestly, I'd love to do like glass stubbies. That'd be sweet if we do our lagers in glass stubby bottles, but that's never happening. But
imagine that pain in the ass for you. Probably wouldn't worth that at all.
But I'd love that. Like, there's a discussion too. Like, I think we can do it. The canning procedure we use too, I think we can do it. We'll probably get to it. Because I think people want more volume in that. Selling beer is weird. Selling beer is a whole other world.
Strange, man. I found that even here, and I know because you're on the border, so you'd be quite familiar with Ontario. And once again, I was in Quebec for 10 years, so I'm aware of both the markets there. But in Ontario, so a lot of breweries now are apparently being forced, like say people like Tooth and Nail in Ottawa or Matron in Bloomfield, there have been forced to move to 473s for LCBO purposes. Like, if you're trying to be in that at all, they're just not even really dealing with it. Whereas there's breweries like Godspeed, True History, for example, in lagers that are short cans. There's a few other breweries that do. Storm State in London, I think, does short cans. Anderson in London also does mostly short cans.
Does Godspeed have small?
All small cans, yeah. They've done, but they started doing their Dortmunder in tall cans for the LCBO. just for that.
Huh.
So I'm seeing a bunch of it, and I kind of feel like the consumer, from what I've seen anyway, and from what I've heard on the pod and whatever we're talking people, that consumers typically want the New Englands in tall cans.
Yeah.
And they want the Crispies in shorter cans. And even me personally, like, I could go, I don't know, I like volume and I like the variety. So I'd be cool if everything was in short cans, but it's not the way it is. So I'm like, cool. If Crispies are in short cans, I could have, if the way I would drink in an evening, I'd be cool to have, like, you know, go down and have like a Czech Pale, a Czech Amber, a Czech Duck would be the optimal situation. Then move on to some, you know, some haze and some Westies and stuff like that.
Sure.
So like, either way though, it'd be, I guess you can only listen to what the consumer base is sort of asking for and seeing what's around. I know Silo were doing tall cans. I know that they started introducing certain, just thinking of crispy breweries in Quebec, and they started doing short cans on that recently as well. So I wonder if there's something to that in Quebec as far as the market speaking to wanting that.
Sure. I think nobody's really said it to us, but I feel that way too. But I also think like Quebec is kind of a microcosm, right? Like we're being francophone. We don't always have, like, it doesn't translate. Like if Toronto's doing something, it doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna do it, right? Even if we're only 6 hours away or 5.5 hours away, it's like the way that we have like our own kind of like world of beer in Quebec. It's not necessarily that. So like, I mean, Quebec kind of got that from Vermont. Like we got a bunch of, all the beer nerds would go to Vermont because like Burlington's an hour 20 minutes from me. Like it's like pretty easy to get to freaking. So we did have a lot of that, but I'd like to. But I think Herman's selling a lot of their beer. Well, a lot of like, they're selling all their beer, and their beers are super kick ass.
Oh, same as Melon as well.
Yeah,
they're doing all
Melon does all
shorties for the
yeah,
for almost everything actually.
yeah.
I think
only smalls.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. So it's interesting, and you are right that it is. And I'm very, very cognizant of the difference of there. I'm even thinking, but now even we're both just like throwing these out there. You're like, oh shit, yeah, it looks like a lot of the crispy breweries are doing shorties. The ones that hang their hat on it, which it seems like you've got your one feed in each world, which I think is also very cool. Because if you're doing both of them well, then isn't that optimal to have both? I think that's amazing. And then I guess, like you said, I don't think it really matters right now. Like I'm also, as a consumer, I don't know about you, but I am not mad to get a 473 of a fire crispy. Like it's not a problem at all. To me, it's more just like there's something about like you get the 6-pack, like you said, you're camping, you're hiking, go some sort of outdoor activity. Check that 6-pack of whatever, you don't mind crushing a bunch of them, and they're keeping cold and boom, and they don't have time to get warm.
It's more drink from a can friendly.
There you go. Exactly right. Or, you know, I got these a few glasses that are like the actual ones that are perfect size just for the 355s and stuff like that. And
so that's another thing too. We do all big pours and small pours. So all of our Czech pours are poured in the Mannheim, the small one there. And this is full size. But I've got I know this is the small one. Okay.
This is the big one, but I have a small one that's, I think it's 300 mil.
Yeah, so all of our Czech pours are in that. Yeah,
in the 300 mil.
Yeah, in that, and then our small Germans are in the small Willybeckers of 13-ounce glasses, and then our hoppy stuff is just a half pour in the thing. So we offer big and small pours of everything, too.
I think that's awesome. That's really great.
Because some people come and get one big one and then one small one, and then eat and leave. Like so.
I mean, that works as well. You got to be flexible as far as all of that and having the glassware for it.
And we just introduced a Hef, which is selling really well. And I bought Hef glasses because I was like, I got to do. I'm not going to not get the glassware now. So
you have to.
Yeah,
it's important, particularly as obviously you mentioned glassware before. Like it sounds like it's quite important to you as far as to be drinking out of the proper glassware. And it lends itself to this, at least the 3 styles that we've had tonight already. Like haze isn't as glassware specific as crispies are.
No, not the tradition, right?
No,
there's not.
Exactly. No tradition.
Not thousands of years of hazy brewing tradition. So
unfortunately, not yet. Just about 10.
Yeah, we'll get there.
A little more. Yeah. I love that. That's I think that's super sick. So I think we kind of like maybe we're bouncing around a bit. So you were probably thinking of doing the brewery while you're at Le Castor, and
Yeah. So the goal was always like, I always wanted to open my own brewery, which is like every brewer's dream, whether it's smart or not. That's kind of a regular thing. It's like every chef thinks they should open their own place.
right.
Most don't. It's just kind of the life, the trajectory of that kind of industry. And so I was basically dreaming of it. We visited a few locations around us that weren't on a farm or anything, and just
Okay.
like never really hit. We put some offers, but it wasn't really like wasn't the right path, which like I'm so thankful now that it didn't happen, because we just would have been a brewery in an industrial park that probably was struggling right now. Like we would have had no draw. There would be no reason. I think our beer would have been kick ass, obviously, because I care about it, but there's enough industrial park breweries that are kind of tough. So
Yeah.
I am good friends with the owner of the land where the brewery is, and he had a little garage that he was selling meat out of. So he's my age. I went to school with his wife, and we used to play golf when we were growing up together. So we joked a lot about like, oh, let's open a brewery. Let's open a butcher shop, a brewery. And it was always kind of a joke whenever we'd hang out, and I'd go buy meat and I'd kind of like see them and hang out. So at one point we were like, let's either do it or not do it. So we decided to go ahead and do it. So that was,
that's your partner.
yeah. So
Amazing.
that was in probably like 2020. Cause it was like after COVID, we really started like building out, but like the discussions were like COVID, we were like, you know, the whole like not being able to see people, let's open a place that brings people together. So really smart move back then. But
Hey,
we were like,
I know.
decided like, let's go for it now. Like, so we started construction in 2024. So
Okay.
we were like 2023, the whole year of architecture drawings and building out and looking at like, how are we going to do it? Then we broke ground April of 2024, and then we opened in May of 2025.
So when you said you broke ground and you were, so you didn't end up building the brewery out of the place where he was selling meat? Did you have to?
Yeah, so he had a little like a garage, but with
Okay.
chest freezers,
Okay.
with very small, and then we built on the other side of the land, so like a couple thousand yards away, not very far, on the other side, and
Whole
that
new building.
Whole
new building.
Yeah.
Okay.
So from scratch, whole new building, which was nice because we got to design all of it. So like our tap room's on the second floor. We have a huge balcony, and you like oversee the mountains, you oversee the field, all the cows and everything there. And then we have like a 330 person beer garden outside as well on the ground floor. So like we got so much land, so much space. So we're super lucky on that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a beautiful glass like balcony.
Yeah.
And,
So our balcony suite. So like I always say like we have three
man.
different climates. So you could be outside on the ground in the sun, if you're that type of person, or you could be in the balcony, which is like a little bit shaded with a bit the wind. You still get some wind across because we're at the bottom of the Rigo Mountains, so the wind comes across too. So we always have a nice good flow, and then you could be inside in the AC. So we have like all three different spots at the brewery.
This is stunning, dog.
Yeah.
This is so fire. Yo, guys, Google it. If you check it out, Microbrasserie Loup-Garou, check it out. This is so nice, man. Wow. I'm so impressed. That's amazing. I actually didn't look this up beforehand. I probably should have.
There you go. So under us is the butcher shop. So Mike, the owner of the butcher shop, owns the land. So like we're two separate businesses, but we collaborate on all of it. So like behind the scenes, we're two separate businesses, but like we work together on both things. We know the value both of our businesses bring to each other.
Right.
So like all of the sausages we work with the butcher shop to make. We serve that in our tap room. All of the tacos, like we smoke with the butcher shop. Like we do a beef cheese taco that we brine for 24 hours, smoke for 12, and then confit for 36 hours, and then shred. Yeah. So like we do like high-end food with all local meat. The beef are all Mike de Terra Agri's beef, and all the other meats that we don't have are within 50 kilometers of the brewery. So all the chicken, all of the duck, we have some pork that are right there. So like it's 50 kilometers away. That's kind of our mantra. So it's all like we have high-end meat served in our taproom. We also have vegetarian items too.
For those who aren't into that, I totally get it.
Yeah. So we're always changing up our menu, and then we do a lot of we do weekend pop-ups, which are super popular right now. So like right now we've been doing smash burgers every weekend. So like we have really, really kick-ass beef, obviously. So we've been doing smash burgers on like Saturday, Sundays. So that's been super popular and super fun. It's like there's not many good restaurants around us. Being in the farm, like we have just kind of casse-croûtes, like greasy spoons. I don't know what you call them. And yeah. So like that serve
diners.
Yeah, kind of like they serve hot dogs and poutines and that kind of stuff, which are all great, but like some people don't always want that. So like we have a good beef cheek taco, we have a smoked chicken taco, and we have 3 different sausages on the menu right now. So like we get a huge lunch crowd, which that's kind of been one of the interesting sides of the business. I feel is like we're doing a good amount of sales in food, which has been very, very fun. But like you thought opening a brewery, we're just gonna make beer and do a bit of food, but like I've become very much a restaurant owner right now. So it's been many Costco runs a week. So
hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Exactly. So
I'm just like going through the Instagram and going through that. This is beautiful, man.
Thank you.
This is so nice. It's there's that Luca Tower.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the unboxing of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yo, go check it out. This is fire. I like seeing all of this and like hearing you talk about it whilst looking at it. It's definitely man, the tower is so nice. Oh my gosh. It's super sick. And I like that you got like instead of just like a hot dog in bread, you got like, house-made sausages and stuff, which is so much more interesting. And sort of like really differentiates the brand.
Yeah.
And delivers something else as well. Why the name, by the way? So people like, I know Lou is wolf.
Yeah. So look, it was werewolf.
Oh, it's werewolf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we always loved old. My wife and I like always loved old folklore and like trying to figure out a name. Names are very, very, very freaking hard to find.
Yeah, I bet.
So we had a few kind of ones that stuck. We wanted something inspired by kind of being on the farm.
Mm-hmm.
In Quebec folklore, the werewolves, they'd turn into a werewolf if you didn't go to church. It's like if you were a bad Christian. So like something very, very silly, which I thought that was funny on its own. So I was like, why don't we sell booze and make alcohol to like, because like that's already what's very Christian in nature, but it's also that you're a bad Christian. So we were like, that was kind of funny. And then there was a bit of folklore in the area, in like Montérégie area, which is like our kind of base.
Oh, you're in Montérégie. That's where you. Oh yeah, yeah, with all the wine and apples and stuff.
Yeah. So there was some
totally get it.
Old werewolf tale of like you would turn into a werewolf and you would roam farms and you would prey on cattle and you would prey on livestock. So you weren't necessarily like, it's not the Hollywood, you'd go like prey on people and stuff like that. So like the old folklore we found was like you were haunting farms, which we kind of thought funny because we have literally 32 cattle on right in front of the brewery.
Right.
Like we have 12 on the pastures in front of the brewery, and right across the river we have another 20. So like there you could be 5 feet from a cow while you're having your beer at our brewery. So like sick. We kind of thought that would be funny. And for one, most Anglophone Quebecers know what it is. And then it kind of fits a bit of that branding. So like, and then we could like in the future do some Hollywood werewolf branding as well, going on cans and stuff like that.
Oh, you definitely could. There's a lot of action for that. So,
and it was different. There's a lot of good breweries and a lot of breweries that do names, but we didn't like, we're on the 201 highway. We didn't want to be Brasserie 201. Like that wasn't what a brewery wanted. We wanted to be different than like the brewery that names them after the street or the brewery names you after the town. Like that wasn't what we wanted to do. So we were always looking outside of that too. And then I'm a big outdoorsman. Like I love fishing. I love hunting. Super important to my life, camping and being outside. So like that brought in the outdoors and allowed us to bring some outdoors into the branding as well. So I think that was kind of cool for it all too. So
That's smart. That's awesome. I'm just looking on the map. I know exactly. You're just a little bit like south east of Hawkesbury, like just down the road, really.
Yeah, we're like 25 minutes from Wood Brothers.
Yeah, I see, and you're like literally like right there at the border.
Yeah,
like
ton of people do Wood Brothers and then come here. And I'm always like, just bring me cans, guys. If you're at Wood Brothers, bring me cans.
Come on, what's going on? Don't be rude.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Gonna screw Scotty over like that? Fuck! And you're so close to the border here. I see what you're talking about. Like an hour 20 from Burlington, right there. Like that's a sick region. And we used to go to Montargis a bunch when we first moved. Like I learned French when we moved to Montreal. We went to McGill, and they sent us on a little thing, and we went like a part of like an assignment or whatever. We went to Montargis to go to a bunch of the wineries to force us to speak French to them and figure it all out. And it was wicked. And then been apple picking in that region since and stuff like that. It's super cool, man. That's sick. I love that. Yeah, that's really close as well. And that's like, it's a cool area. I see Van Cleef Hill right there as well. So you kind of like, as you sort of described, you're close to so many places.
Yeah,
where you are. There's a lot happening around there. So it's yeah.
And like one thing for us too is like our clientele is like our age. So like I'm 35. So like we have a ton of friends who grew up here, went to McGill, and then now have come back at 30, 33, 34, 35, had kids, and then bought houses around us that are like looking for somewhere to hang out. Like they were like, oh, I used to go to Meso every weekend. So like now I'm going to come to your place because I'm 5 minutes from there. So like we have a lot of people that have come back to the area and are like, well, I want to start a family here, but we also want to hang out. And like we're kid and dog friendly.
Love that. I did see that on the website immediately, which is awesome.
So like which I don't have kids. And doesn't matter to me, but it matters to a lot of other people.
For sure.
So like we have so much land that, you know, parents are like, oh, my kid can just like walk around and not even
have to worry.
They're 1,000 yards from the closest road. So like, I'm not worried about anything. So they're just like, I can finally drink 5 sips of beer before I have to run over and grab my kid. Like don't touch the electric fence because that's the only thing that can hurt them around here. But yes. So.
And I love that we have a dog as well. So like, I like going, we drag him to all the breweries. So like he's been to more breweries than most people. So to me, it's super important that it's dog friendly as well. So I like that. And I don't have kids, but I like seeing
for sure
families at breweries because
it feels like it's honestly like a bit of like emotional is too like strong of a word, but it's very, very cool to see like families bring their kids and they're going to hang out for an hour, and the kids, like we have games, we have like coloring books and stuff for the kids, and the kids just like hang out there. And mom and dad
allow the parents to like, give me a break,
maybe decompress for drink 2 lagers, and exactly. So
they do their thing. I have a lot of what's the word, empathy for that as well. And I think it's like I just like seeing it because I'm like, well, you could have gone somewhere else, or you could have just been stuck at a park, but you're able to bring your kid to a brewery. Hopefully they're well behaved, but you guys have enough space, it almost doesn't matter. Like that's the beauty of like a farm brewery. And you know, you're looking at beautiful views, or if you got hopefully well behaved dogs as well. Like our guy's super chill and he's really cute, so people always want to talk to him. Most dogs are cute, but I just feel like it's I just like being as a drinker, as a consumer, as a customer. I like being at breweries where there are families and pups. I just think it's like, hey man, we're all here. This is, and it feels like that community hub that breweries tend to be. And I love that you do that. And like, it makes complete sense based on the space.
And like parents, like, you know, I got nephews, like you don't have to feel pressured to come to our place. Like if your kid's whining and loud, like we have 120 acres. Like you can walk into the corner, your kid can have a tantrum and you're not going to annoy the other people. So it's like,
get it sorted. Yeah. Come on back.
And like you can bring your beer to your car in our parking lot. It's fine. Like it doesn't matter.
The whole thing's licensed.
Yeah. So it's like very that kind of like giving people somewhere to kind of hang out. And that's kind of what the thought was. And like when we achieve that, sitting at the kitchen table to 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. writing the business plan, when that kind of those ideas are on paper and it actually happens now, it's like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like feels fun for that to have worked out for those little parts of the 10-week-old business, but that's very cool right now. So,
which is amazing. I love it. So do you want to get to the next beer, or do you want to take a quick bathroom break? How we feeling?
Yeah, bathroom break, then beer.
Bathroom break, beer, then we'll get into the next part of the story. All right.
Perfect.
All right, we're back. And we are back. And Scott, It's time for some haze, buddy.
There we go.
We've been
The
talking
moment
about
everyone's been waiting for.
We've been gassing it up. We've been crushing the Crispies. I was just saying off air, fantastic. Really impressed. 10-week-old brewery, impeccable. I think it's a fantastic. I can imagine for you as the brewer, as someone who has done the things that you've done, you're probably like, I got a few things I want to change on these. Just knowing brewers, I imagine, and kind of the never-ending tweaks, which is what keeps things on a higher level.
Beer. You're never
going to be happy.
No.
But from first impressions on everything, I got 3 dead empty glasses, as both of us probably do right here. It's really great stuff, man. Thank you. This was really cool to really get nerdy about that. And now we're moving to the haze. So this gem here. So this is a series, I imagine.
Yeah. So our goal was this was one of the first can designs this had same as Fence Post and Kouhoutek we designed together. So I wanted to do a few of the numbers just because the logistics behind like ordering cans, storing cans, getting them in time is so hard. Like it's insane.
Oh, yeah.
I always knew it and I like did part of it at other places, but the like beauty of like Meso that does that many and Sir John's that does that many, it's so hard to do so many new labels. Like people just think, oh, new beer, new label, it shouldn't be hard, but like trying to design stuff is such a complicated side of the business.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, like let's just do, we're not gonna do another one right now. We're gonna go back. So we did one, which we sold out of one.
Mm-hmm.
So I sent you 2 and 3.
Yes.
But that's going to be the end of this series.
Okay.
For the Créatures Effrayantes, because I just don't want to do more of this label.
Okay.
I love the beer. We'll bring them back, but I don't want to have like 10 like Créatures Effrayantes 1 through 10. Like that wasn't the idea, but the idea was like, let me get a few weeks into the business with just being able to order blank cans. So the 2, you'll see the 2 is screen printed.
Yes, it is.
3 is a sticker. So we bought a bunch of single blanks.
Okay.
That when we were like, let's just can some for 3, and we bought stickers and put them on, which is very like IPA from Canada style and a few other ones. But it was just like the easiest way for us to get going on that, and kind of like find my footing, because I just, like I said, like NEIPAs are very, very complicated.
Yes.
And not more or less complicated than lagers, but it's just a different side of it. And because they take 2 weeks to brew, they're so much easier to rip through batches. And it's like the most critiqued beer. So obviously, like,
is it ever? Jesus Christ.
Untappd is always going to be rating NEIPAs way more. So like if you're a NEIPA brewer, you're always going to get more hits. So like you're always, it's a very hard style to like be good at. And I'm never, ever, ever going to be, I guess that's too strong, but I don't want to be a NEIPA brewery that's doing 3 or 4 a week.
Okay.
Like I'm thinking probably 2 to 3 a month. Like it's very fun. I like doing them. I also love pale ales. I didn't have any of our hazy pale ale left, but we did a little like 5.5% super hazy Citra Mosaic classic little pale ale.
Nice.
Which I loved. I'm super proud of it. It's on tap still right now and it still tastes absolutely delicious. So like that I'm going to can again.
Okay.
So I'm like always kind of fooling around with those, but
and even just talking about the canning here, this is 25th of July, and we're filming this on August 7th. This is like not even 2 weeks old.
Yeah.
This is, as I was talking about before, this is money zone for me. Head is beautiful, nice meringue, nice thick haze. Fuck, Scotty, get that in you, mate. Nose is beautiful. Oh, Nelson Sylvan in Idaho 7. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I look at, that's the one thing about doing cans that you don't. So 2 is Simcoe Nelson, Idaho.
Simcoe Nelson, Idaho. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I totally missed that. It says it right here on Untappd. Yes.
Yeah. So
this is
like,
great.
I love this beer. So I decided to start with 2. We also have 3 that we'll taste after. The 3 I ended up getting a bit more bitterness from. Very, very similar recipe, but I think it was just dry hopping, and that's a bit like trying to tweak a new system. Where can you do the finish to maybe a little bit drier? So like that's all just figuring out the new system. But like I'm super proud of this. This is like what I want to kind of drink. Like 1 was as good as this. So I went 1, 3, 2. Also to be more confusing, it went by. So they're not linear, but 3 you'll see is a bit more bitterness, but one of the interesting things is like I've had a few of the more beer, I guess beer nerds, for lack of a better term. People say like we're more bitter than other breweries on all of our NEIPAs.
Okay.
And kind of related to almost like early Nord-Est is what I've heard a lot of the, like from Boreal, a lot of the comparison to it.
Okay.
Because we're not like, I'm not a fan of like the 6-7 Plato finishing super sweet ones. Like they should still be drinkable. Mind you, this finishes at 4 Plato. So like it's still, if I had a lager finish at 4 Plato, I'd be like, something's really wrong here. So that's a different world, but.
It's definitely, I can see, I haven't had Nord-Est for a bit. I do remember it from back in the day, but I don't know if I could like compare it. I just don't have the memory for it, but it's definitely got a bit of like, it's like a touch of pine or like pithy grapefruit, like bitterness, but it's incredibly juicy, very soft, super soft, which I love.
Which is like so important to me. That's why like I love the soft side, and I'm always trying to get like that bit of like back to the early like heady vanilla touch of it, like that kind of creaminess without doing lactose, but like that creaminess is such an enjoyable part of these beers that I'm always trying to figure out how to get that into the beer without adding lactose or vanilla.
Right.
But so this is finishes 4 Plato, 3.38 to 4.2, depending on which. I'd love it to finish at 4 every time, but that doesn't happen. It's, I don't remember the percentages, but it's 2-row, and then I think it's 15% oats and 5% chip malt.
Okay.
So, which is very Fidens in nature.
Okay.
So inspired from them. Some of the softest beers around, such interesting hop character, super drinkable NEIPAs. So always love their NEIPAs, then listen to interviews, and Steve was like, oh, they started putting chip malt in it, and like a couple of years ago I was like, oh, I guess I'll try some chip malt, because I was always brewing them with a bunch of oats. Like I was home brewing them with 50% oats, like just being like, how do I get the creaminess? Why can't I find that creaminess? I don't necessarily think chit does that, but I think it's a combination of small things that bring that creaminess to it.
Chip with a P malt? Chit.
Yeah, so Best Malts have one. I think Simpsons has one as well. But it's like, it's a dextrin malt. It's like and it's hard to mill, jams my mill, so it's very, very, very fun to deal with.
Okay. Oh, enhances foam stability and improves mouthfeel.
Yeah.
High level of molecular proteins and a high concentration of inherent starter enzymes. Okay.
Yeah. So you can put those in, like people throw them in German lagers or in Kölsch's and stuff too. They'll help head retentions, the higher proteins too.
No shit.
I haven't had to do that on that side, but it's like carapils or like any of those kind of dextrin malts.
Gotcha.
So when I added that, I started to find them more interesting.
Okay.
So this is cool pooled is what I call it. So we bring the temperature down for a whirlpool. I'll bring it down to like 80 degrees. If I can sit around 80, 77 to like 85, whatever it sits at after 10 minutes. So 30-minute boil too, because I like the color super light.
Okay.
We had one batch that darkened, which was just learning my system. One batch that darkened a little more, and it kind of annoyed me. But I love them to be super light in color. Like I'd love to I'm going to try to start adding some Pilsner malt, which I'm going to then extend the boil for DMS reasons. But I love them to be so bright. Like I would, I guess in a way, like almost try to go white in color, like those early hefts, like that are. So I've got some of it in this beers, but I want it even lighter. Like it's so pleasant. So I really like the color of this beer too. So I do 30-minute boils because I don't need to boil for longer. I don't add any hops in the boil, so there's no need to. So 30-minute boil, then bring it down to 80. Then I add all of my whirlpool hops. And then those whirlpool hops, I try to focus on hops that, so there's a thing on Yakima Chief hops, homebrewers or probrewers can go look at too. It's called the solubility chart.
Okay.
So they look at a bunch of varietals and they see that different oils hold up better through fermentation or hold up better through being added hot, cold, and they give you a chart through it. So like it'll say this hop should be added hot side, this hop should be added dry hop, like, and it'll kind of, it's called a hop solubility chart. So I'm always picking early hops. So like this one, I think at Centennial and Idaho in the Whirlpool, because the oil content of those hops will carry through to the glass.
Right.
So it's...
I'm just trying to see. I found that YCH has like a survivable compounds.
Yeah,
handbook.
survivable compound. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we got a whole bunch of different shit of this is fucking intense, dude.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Heavy brewer nerd shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Survivables graph.
Yeah.
Use high survivable hops early or late. Use low survivables hops late. I mean, the name kind of like sums it up really nicely, but
yeah. So like they hold through, whereas like you might be wasting a hop that's super kick ass in dry hop. You might be wasting it in Whirlpool.
right.
Because it's just not gonna, like, that oil content gets blown off in fermentation, or just like volatilizes off in the boil, or volatilizes off in Whirlpool, because like it's still volatilizing off when you put it in. So like I look at that chart a lot, and I think about that chart a lot, and that helps me kind of like design the beers. And I've kind of fallen in love with like Idaho 7, and I've fallen in love with, I don't know, Euconaut. I don't even know how they say it. I think it's called Euconaut.
Oh, Equinaut?
Equinaut?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's how you say it anyway. The ones I'm always confused about is the New Zealand hops, because I say Motueka. A lot of people say Motueka. I'm like,
like, dude, you grew up so close to New Zealand. You should be like freaking.
I was gonna ask the homies. I don't even know. I just assumed, because there's the way they pronounce words though. Some of the native, like the Maori words, are like there's a word for families called whānau, but it's WHA like NAU. I'm like, okay, Jesus Christ. So I don't even know how to. So I'm gonna talk some Kiwis to learn how to say. But
there you go.
But I think this, Equinaut, I think is pretty more straightforward.
Yeah.
But I love that also use Idaho 7 before Peacherine, because Peacherine to me now is the GOAT. But Idaho 7 was my favorite hop for years.
Sweet.
So I love that you put it in haze. I almost feel like it got fronted on so hard as a hop. Is this one, so you would use, sorry, so this was Simcoe
Nelson, Idaho.
And I obviously the Nelson has that white grape and everything. The Idaho, what does the Idaho bring to this?
I kind of almost like, in a funny way, like get kind of galaxy vibe off of it too.
Okay.
Like it kind of, but it adds. So I always, like, my whole career, just also brewing West Coast IPA, was like Citra. Citra was like, you just can't go wrong. If a beer is boring, you add some Citra, the beer is going to be cool. Like it's kind of a cheat code.
Basically.
Yeah. So like the Idaho 7 gets a bit more like berry-ish character, but I find it adds something that's a bit of like overall fruitiness, like fruit salad character, that you're just like, this is fruity. So like it helps, I think, bring other hops forward, and I think it pushes hops forward. But I find more like those kind of berry-ish characters I get from that one too, for sure. And I mean, whenever you put like Nelson, like there's so many hops that are so like powerful that it almost, like, the other hops are like green matter or hops that get added to a beer that push the other hops. That, like, if you're doing Nelson, if you put equal part Nelson and any other hop, Nelson's gonna be the one that you can smell, and you can be, it'll be part of it, because those are big hops. So
yeah, Nelson obviously is a banger to. I just feel like you just can't go wrong. Everybody loves Nelson. It's just the best
for sure.
So that's the Idaho 7. The Simcoe delivers. I mean, typically when I think of Simcoe, I don't know if this is accurate, but a lot of like pithy orange citrus type thing.
For sure. And like I felt that way too. And I was always like a bit like, oh, that's the first few batches I didn't want to do any Simcoe, because like it felt like it feels old in a funny way.
Okay.
But I was like, you know what? Like, it's such a classic. Why would I not do some Simcoe? And then I opened the bag of Simcoe recently, and it was just like so citrusy, like punch in the face, like kind of like that fruit guess when I say fruit salad, like I think that's probably tropical for a lack of better word. Like I don't know.
That's what I use in my reviews as the lazy fruit salad word. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. So that's like kind of what, and it came across that was like, I thought like, oh, when I brew a West Coast, I'll buy some Simcoe, but like Simcoe's such an interesting hop. So I liked using it in this one too. And it's equal parts, all three of those hops.
Okay. That's okay. So you did, it's not like anyone's like the dominant hop. It's like 33% of each. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, dude, this is fantastic. It's like, it's just so bright and so like, yeah, fresh, which is what I love it. You can tell this is kind of, would you say as the brewer, this is kind of like we're in that little peak zone for this beer
Of timing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this beer's been good from the start though. There's other beers
Okay,
that I 100% agree with you. Like give them a week, give them 2 weeks, but like this beer in the can, I was like, oh, this beer's fucking.
It's ready to go.
Yeah. So like, which is such a great feeling because that doesn't happen a lot. And when it happens, you're like, why is this happening? Because why can't I just do this? Because I would sleep so much better at night if every beer tasted that good going into the can. But that's just life. Like you don't know why. There's so many. You could look at you do check pH at every step. You could dry up exactly the same, but like beer's just magic, man. It's like you still can't nail it every time.
Can't always pick it.
No.
It's definitely a bonus. It's almost like, even I think more important than drinking amazing off the rip is drinking great as time goes on. I think that's almost more important. And like we're only 2 weeks in, so this has a life ahead of it. Like it's this is really cool. Would you say that this is indicative of the style of haze that you wanting to brew? Yeah.
This is what I kind of like. Like I think obviously I'm biased, but I think that this is such a drinkable haze.
Right.
Like I still find myself like finishing cans of this, whereas like it's my beer, so it's funny coming from me, but like it should still be drinkable of a beer. You should still be able to crush it. Like it's 6.5% alcohol. Yeah, it's not a 4.5% like the lagers I like drink, but 6.5 isn't 9. Like you should still be able to like be like, well, it's 6.66 because we're silly, but that's like kind of the joke of it. But we like it's super easy to drink still for me. And that's like what I care about in things is like being too sweet. It's not enjoyable to me. And maybe that's because I love lagers. So like I'm used to drinking beers at 2.5 Plato. Like the Kölsch and the True Grits are like they finish out 1.8 and 2.2. Like those are freaking dry beers. So like to up the drinkability, I always think of it that way. And I know you need to have higher finishing for these beers because the beers will taste 3 and that dried out a little bit more. And it's noticeably more bitter even after like swallowing. Like you would say there's hop burn, but it's been in the can for a month. So like it's still very drinkable. Like I still think that beer is great, but like if I was picking between the two, I would not go towards 3. I would go towards 2 as what I'm trying to achieve.
Okay. So I guess we'll see that when we bust that open for comparison. But this is great to know. But as a haze guy alongside the crispies, I guess, but as a haze, like this is a fantastic. I like that creamy. The body is phenomenal. I like the murkiness as well. Like I just prefer, like I just find that they have there's something about the murkier the haze, which is kind of, you're talking about that whiteness as well, and that's exactly it. I heard someone describe it as that recently, and I hadn't thought of it that way. And I'm like, yes, that's really what that milky whiteness that I feel like is just it. That visual delivers the flavor profile and that sort of mouthfeel that personally I'm looking for. And I like that this is, I personally am very attached to the Idaho 7, and so I think that's very, very sick. Obviously, you can't go wrong with Nelson. Even though all 3 of these are equal, it's you got a really nice balance as well. You have like that Nelson pops, but it's not like straight, white grape gooseberry type shit.
Yeah.
Great. What is the name? Excuse me. What does the name mean?
So it's like, it's kind of like creepy creature, or like effrayant means like scary, but it's more like people do say it translates to like mythical creature, but it's in general, it's like scary is too strong of a word. It's like eerie creature.
Okay.
Like
I thought that would be something scary. Would have been my guess if I had it.
yeah, so scary would be a decent translation of it. So like we went through a few iterations of the can, and then Mikey designed, like he was like, why don't we just try something that's not a real beast? Because we like went through some like old punk like propaganda labels that we were like looking through, and some old Fugazi labels. So there was like black on white with some wolves. That was like our first inspiration going through with that can. And then we were like, let's just like throw this out. Those will come out. You'll see them when they do come out because we saved them to it. So but those, yeah. So it's like kind of creepy creature. Like, I guess creepy is a good word.
That makes sense based on the creepy looking like fish, lizardy, fishman, lizardy thing type of thing. Yeah. Now, so we're about to drink. We're going to drink 3 after this, but there was the first one. So there's been 3 New England IPA so far, and the pale ale that you talk about. 3
in cans. We've done multiple ones on tap. So that's kind of the nice thing about having the double fermenters and having the single fermenters in a 7-barrel system. So like we're going to net probably somewhere like for the NEIPAs, it's tough to say, like 10 to 10, 11 kegs of a hazy beer. I'll get like 16 or 18, 16, 17 of a lager on our 7 barrels. So I'm able to sell that over the bar in like a month and a half. So like I mean, I'm 10 weeks old. I'm just saying what I've lived right now. I'm saying what lived in experience. That's what feels like right now. So like I was able to be like the beer we're drinking right now, I brewed 18 hex worth, which is kind of an extended 7. So like somewhere around 16 hex probably in the end. Okay. So I canned half and kegged half. Gotcha. So like the small single fermenters, I don't have the luxury. I could either can all of it or keg all of it, but it would be like 12 cases of beer and 6 kegs or something. So like that doesn't really make sense for our business model. So it's either like if we do a small tank, I either keg it all or can it all. And much more important for us to always have cool beer over the tap. So like I love having beer in cans, but beer over the bar is story generating and unfortunately revenue generating, which is important at the end of the day. So 100%. We did the Sainte-Marthe is our hazy pale ale that Mike probably took. That's the yellow can. So if you see, Mike took some really great pictures of that too from Mike from Quatre.
Yeah.
So
I did see that.
He took some kick-ass pictures of that too. So that's our hazy pale that I'd love to have that more. So that's available on tap still. We're out of cans, but we had that. Then we had Coyote. Right now we have Lynx. So we do kind of animal canid style of our beers on tap, but it just they last like a month and then they're gone. So it's like I tell our staff like let's think of something cool. But so Coyote. Also, we also have English and French names, right? So it's very, very hard.
We're mixed.
So Coyote is Coyote in French and Lynx is Lynx. So like we always have to be thinking of that. The fence post is very, very Anglo. So like that's one that it messes up 50% of our clientele because 50% of our clientele is fully Francophone.
And they aren't fucking with the English names?
No. They just don't know how to say it. Like it's not a point of contention. It's just like they're like, I don't know how to say that word.
Oh, so like so French that they even
or so English. They're like, I don't know what, like a Francophone person saying True Grits. They're like, I don't know what the fuck that word is. Like it's it's nothing on the political spectrum. It's just that they're just that's a very hard word. So we have to think about how things would be in both languages.
Okay.
So it's even harder than like you can't like think of a kick-ass song that you like and that's the name of a beer and let's move on with it. That's it. It's like, how is that going to be interpreted in French? What's the translation? Can somebody say that? How are we going to? So like it's another layer for naming, labeling, branding. It's all like it's the little things that you think of as a business owner that's just part of it. So
would it be, I would have guessed based on your physical location that it would have been a little more flexible because you're essentially on the border of Ontario. So, and you know, you're down the road from Hawkesbury, down the road from Wood Brothers, who most of their beers are English names as well.
Mhm.
Like, and they're in. Oh no, hang on, wait, they're in Ontario.
Yeah,
That's
they're in South
okay.
Glengarry.
Yeah, my bad. So, like, I would have assumed, which is maybe ignorant of me, that a lot of the folks on both, like, whether you're on the Ontario side, you could probably speak French. Like, we used to go to Hawkesbury because I lived in Toronto first, so I
Mhm.
always it was like it was not being a tight ass, but it was I couldn't bring myself to just recycle all the beers, all the empties in Quebec because it was so annoying to bring them back. If you didn't buy them from a place,
For
they
sure.
wouldn't take
For
them.
sure.
So we used to rent because we didn't have a car there. We used to get like Communauto or whatever, or Zipcar. No, was it Communauto or Car to
Yeah.
Go?
I mean,
Or Enterprise even, and then go to Hawkesbury for the day, like do a bunch of other things. And part of it was to go to Hawkesbury, go to the LCBO, go to the beer store to take it back. People at the beer store would speak to us in French on the
sure.
Ontario side.
Hawkesbury is very Franco though.
Right. So to me, okay, so my experience is a little limited to Hawkesbury specifically, but I assume I was like, oh, okay, well, these border towns are all like as mixed as anything else. So I
Mhm.
wouldn't have assumed that based on what if you were in fucking Rimouski or something, different story. But there I was like, oh, okay, well, you're right on the border. And also the third border would be the US. So I was like, okay, everyone's gonna speak everything. So
Sure.
you're saying there's still francophones who have no lick of English, and there's still anglophones who don't really understand French or
Sure. We live in a very, very interesting little corner.
okay.
It's not a like we're not creating a political issue to the French English, but it's just something we think about because 50% of our clientele probably don't speak French
Okay.
and 50% don't speak English. So like our staff all speak both. We all
Right.
speak both. And obviously like everything I do is in French on taxes, business, government side.
Right.
It's all in French. So like Wood Brothers, though, if you look, they do their labels and all the branding is in English, but they always write their posts in French because there's a huge contingency that goes out from Quebec that goes to it. So like,
Right.
it's kind of part of it. Hudson's an interesting area too, one of the like small towns where the brewery's close.
Okay.
So very, very
Hudson.
Anglo. But we're like an Anglo niche in Quebec too. So
I
it's
see. Hudson's right there.
yeah.
Okay,
So it's kind of an interesting little spot. So it's something we always just like think of how we try to you can always do both languages, but
right.
you can always just see what like so like that's why like our beer like Coyote is great because Coyote's Coyote and in French it's Coyote. Like it's not a different and we have like single letter chalkboard or not a chalkboard, but like a single letter rail to put our beers on. So like I don't want to write. We're never ever gonna have translations of names. It's like we're just gonna lean towards because it's like we don't have the room, and I think it's silly.
So like say for this beer, if an anglophone came in
Yeah.
and tried to say, "Can I get the Creatures Effrayantes or something?" Do they just?
They usually will say the creatures. I'll take the creatures.
Ah, okay, that makes sense because that's the similar word. Okay.
Yeah. Or if like the thing is, if you're Anglophone Quebecer and you see it in French, you're just gonna be like that one because I don't speak French and I know that that's French. Like you're not like, oh my god, what is that word? It's just you've lived with it your whole life, right? Like it's kind of.
It always surprised me because I moved there in my 30s.
Yeah.
And like seeing, I learned French. And I don't really remember it. I never got good at it because every time I tried, they heard my accent, they switched. So I never really got to practice, and I never really got to like soak it up. But like I learned it enough to understand street signs and all the things that people could say stuff to me. And I get the general point, but I couldn't always speak it back. But it never like shocks you when you see the French stuff. Yeah. And it was like we went back in April, May. I hadn't been back in a couple of years. So I was like, oh, this is trippy. Like you forget like how like everything's like, oh shit. And usually that people come up to you and be like, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, pardon, like désolé. I don't speak French, and everyone's usually pretty understanding about it. But it's
For sure. But I mean, all of our staff speaks both.
which is
like everyone does though around here. Like
right,
everyone,
which
but
is what I would expect at
Yeah.
the border town, that everyone would speak both. If I grew up and was born and raised, that's what I never understood. I was someone who's a foreigner, planted in Montreal in my early 30s, like being like just trying to learn it, and it was very difficult to do that, unless you're like 3 years old or whatever. It's
very, very
super. I found it tough. My
I
girlfriend was
would
better
like
than me.
if I had to, like always would want to. Even our posts in French, it's like
Do you
takes
do
me twice
bilingual?
as long. Yeah, like we
Okay.
are mostly post in French. Takes you twice as long, and it's just like it's just something part of opening a business in Quebec. It's like if you're an anglophone and you open here, I speak French 90% of the day, but like writing in French, and I've spoken French since I was born, and it's still hard. Like second languages are very, very, very hard. So
Interesting. Even from your side, the government stuff, even moving to Ontario, so we like incorporated in Quebec and then switching to Ontario, moving
oh
here.
yeah.
It took about 2 years to shake revenue Quebec. We were still
Mhm.
getting mail. I'm like, fuck off with, like, it was so
Give you
great.
guys so much money. Yeah.
Oh, so much money. Just leave me alone. I've left. And like they had the whole thing where unless you, unfortunately, we were, how they changed the law?
Yeah.
We left right before they changed the law. So that means we were already receiving communication in English before. I think it was June 1st, like 2022 or something like that.
Mhm.
So we left, whatever. We left in 2022, whatever year it was that happened. It was like every time I called to try and be like, why are you messaging me? Why are you asking me for installments when we don't live there anymore? And I had to tell them to like leave me alone. They would only talk to me because we had been registered before this legal cutoff date.
Yeah.
That was just a coincidence that we left before then. Otherwise, I'd be like, dog, you don't want me there. Like, if it's different if I'm from there, but my girlfriend's from Toronto, and I'm just like, this is too much. It was, and then you don't have to get healthcare. They're allowed to not give you healthcare in English now.
For sure.
So
I mean, that's a like a general. That's a very much a over the top talking point that gets brought up. Like,
oh really? Yeah, because
yeah, it's like
we'd left by the time that kicked in, and I would have, if that came in, I would have proactively. We almost bought a place in Quebec and stayed because we loved it, and then we just chose to come back here. So like, if I stayed and they did that, the two things was health and finances that had to be in English. Everything else, are willing to deal with it, and we did for 10 years.
Yeah.
And then they changed those two things, and we just happened to leave at the time when they did. But otherwise, if I knew that was happening, then I would have definitely like nah,
Sure.
not happen. It's yeah, I don't want to get. I respect it, and it was just, it's like they just get more hardline about it, and it just makes it like if you're not from then, I was trying. We spoke, we into, obviously we talk to Quebec breweries. It's a passion of mine personally. I really like founded myself from beer in Quebec. I have such a passion for it. I love that place. It changed my life. I definitely wouldn't have been who we are if it wasn't for Quebec. It's just, I wish they were just not so harsh on the Anglophones. I'm like, we mean well, like let us love you, let us like be a part of it and stuff like that. But so I understand it's really cool that at least you're able to do these cool beers with the names and I would say now, being out here for the last 3 years, that like the beer drinkers out here fucking love Quebec beer. Like, I'm so amped about it, and because you're like on the right on the highway off the 20, to Montreal, like it's kind of perfect for a lot of stop offs.
Sure.
So I want to say that if people are listening in Ontario,
we're halfway between Ottawa and Montreal too, right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Perfect place.
Ottawa.
Perfect place to get some tacos, take a pee, drink a beer. It's right.
All the
right
above.
there.
How can you go wrong? And even just like, swinging by, it's just like, I just was looking at the map. It's like, just jump off real quick. It's like one of the stop offs. And I just think that's like, that's kind of perfect. I want to insist that the people who are traveling either way, whether you're from Montreal and then coming down here, or from Toronto, whatever, Hamilton, Niagara, then going up to Montreal, like, this is like, you guys are like the perfect stop off. Because I imagine there's probably you're in that early stage, like I said, only 10 weeks old. Maybe the awareness isn't there. So this is part of the part of all of that to sort of amplify that a little bit, and just to say 4 beers in, we've still got another one to go, dude. This is some great shit. You have no business being this good 10 weeks old.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
It's exceptional, but also you created Yakima
15 years of
15 years of hustle.
The funny thing about starting the business and all the side of it is like people seem to be the most worried about beer. So like people are like, well, do you have, obviously people that don't know beer. So like the general question is like, do you have recipes? Do you have all that? And like I said, it's just the easiest. That's the easiest part of it because that's like what I've done for 15 years. Like, do you want to say like the hardest part is like sit down and do hours and hours of accounting and staffing and figure out staff training, like running a restaurant? Like those are the hardest, big time hardest parts of opening a business. The brewing is like, if I could just brew, I'd be like this. I have the best life in the world. Like it's all of the million other things that come with opening a small business, opening a brewery. And opening a brewery in 2025, like we can't just be a brewery. Like I said, half of our sales are food, and it's like so important. Like we have people, we're open 7 days a week right now, which I didn't think we were going to be open 7 days a week ever, but there was demand for it, and it's crazy how well it's going. Like Monday and Tuesdays are decently busy, which like I never thought. Like I didn't go to bars when I was Monday. Like when I was growing up, like I was just like, this is not, I don't go those days. But like we have people that show up to the brewery that get like 2 beef tacos and a glass of water. And I'm like, we brew beer. And they're like, oh yeah, but like your food's amazing. So it's like, it's super important side of it. Like, yes, it matters that we're a brewery and like our beer is so important to us, but I think like there's so much more to it now. And that's stuff like I put a lot of thought into, and we all put a lot of thought into it. Like our staff cares so much. We all care so much about it. Like the food is super important. The whole experience is super important. Like, yeah, joking about how expensive the Lucre tap is, but like those things are so important to serving beer. Like if I go to a brewery and they're serving beer on the proper taps, you're like, okay, well, you're going to make good beer, but like it even matters more. So like that is a double care. So like, I'm more likely to like you because you've put money into it, you've put resources, you've trained the staff on pouring on Lucre. Like there's little things that matter that just make a brewery better now. I'm not saying we're the best. I'm just saying that that's like my experience right now.
I think that's exactly it. Well said, man. If you go to a place and you see a Lucre tap, I'm like, you take your craft seriously.
Yeah.
It's that.
I don't think it makes our Czech lager like 100 times better, but it takes it from like, let's say like a number point, like 9.5 to a 9.7, or like it brings you up a bit more, which doesn't even just experience wise. So I'm not saying rating wise, but like just enjoyment of being there. It's very cool all too. So
it looks dope. It's a mouthfeel. It's just like an experience. And like, I don't know. I obviously, as you said, like it's opening a brewery in 2025 is not easy. And it's
never been easy, but this is not.
It's extra not easy right now.
Yeah.
So if you're like, okay, so why do people want to go to a brewery as opposed to, obviously, we're all, if you drink craft beer, you drink craft beer, but like, why would you want to spend your time and money going to a brewery? And one of those things is the experience. And part of the experience, aside from the phenomenal food that's cooked fresh on site with local meat and stuff, which I think is it's such a Quebec thing to do, which is one of the most beautiful things about Quebec. I love that so much. And I learned we've taken that here. Excuse me. Everything we do here is hyper local. Butcher, fish, fucking all the cafes. If we go out of town, we got it to the point where I have to tell like about 5 different businesses, hey, like we're leaving for 2 weeks, just so you know, we don't hate you. It's just, we're out of town.
Right.
And I'm like, but I learned that from Quebec about keeping that hyper local. And I think it's so wonderful, that one of the greatest things that Quebec does. But what keeps people coming into breweries is that experience, and the experience of like, well, I don't have, like, the cans are great, but it's not a Lucre. And where can I get that Lucre experience? At the brewery. And that's what you spend all that money on. That is it makes a difference. And if you know, you know. And I think that's just like that. If once again, if I walk into a place and I see a Luca tap, I'm like, what's on that tap? Like that? Cool. Give me that. I just wanted to meet it. It doesn't even matter what it is. I'm just like, give me that shit.
Sure.
And it's because
that
that's
even
the
happens for
experience.
people that don't care about beer. Like
Huh.
the show of it is like if we have a
Sure.
beer on it, people are like, I just want that. Also, it's served in a mug. So people think there's more value because they're like, there's more beer, where it's the
Okay.
same amount as our Willies, but that's just like
But
kind of
whatever.
like, but people are like, I want that. That looks cool. So like that's kind of the side of it. Where they don't know at all what a Lucre tap is. They don't give a shit that it's floor malted Bohemian Pilsner that I sourced for months and a half to find it. Like it doesn't matter to them. But the show of the tap like kind of sells itself. Like we always have a joke in the brewery, like because we also do. I've started, which I'm very passionate about, like small beer cocktails. So like we do a Radler in house, which I love. Like Germany always can get a Radler, so we should do it. So we started doing micheladas as well, especially with the corn lager.
Okay.
So I was doing in-house micheladas. So we were like pre-mixing clamato with like shit ton of lime. We do Worcestershire sauce.
What the W sauce?
Yeah. And then a ton of Valentina. So we would do that iced, pour it in the mug, and fill it up. But people like we wouldn't sell any for a day, and then someone would order one, and we'd sell 7. It would be like, what's that red thing? What's that? So it's like whatever happens amplifies what's happening around. It's like a very interesting side of it because like we go through 3 days and be like, well, let's just take like, why are we working to put micheladas on the menu? Let's just like not do it. And then someone would order it, and I'd be like, we sold 14 micheladas today. It was just like the interesting when people see it happen. So like that's the thing with the Lucre tap too, because it's like what's that weird foamy beer served? And we also only do the mugs on Lucre tap. So people are like, oh, I want the Kölsch in a mug, and I'm like, no, sorry, we don't do that. They're like, well, I want the pale ale. I want your NEIPAs in a mug. I'm like, we don't do that. Like that's not. I'm never gonna do that. I'm sorry. It's not. First of all, price point doesn't make sense, but second of all, it's not. It doesn't lend itself to that beer. So like you almost have to fight them, and then they're like, well, I'll take the one in the mug, and you're like, well, you get the Czech lager or the True Grits. So kind of part of the fun of it too.
That's interesting. And I guess that's part of the education that you were talking about earlier. Just letting people
100%.
know, like, hey, you want the hazy beer? It doesn't really come on that Lucre tap.
Yeah.
But it's okay, that's interesting that people see it and then they want it. I imagine if even if they saw like a Maliko, like they see someone come up to the bar and like, hey, order 2 of them, and 2 dudes are just like sitting there or whatever, 2 people are just like necking them.
We have like the start was like we'd have brewer friends show up, and like obviously like I'm so proud of everything we do, so part of the building, like there's so much side of it. Like we didn't even like get it, but like the bar, my pops and I built the whole bar from wood from the land. So like we had maple and some birch that we were drying from 2017 in the barn. Then my dad and I built the bar from scratch. So like everything is like, I'm proud of like from the beers to like the toilet paper dispenser. Like we picked everything in the brewery. We care about all of those little things. So like when brewers show up, I'm like, I'll take you through the tour. Like I'm going to show you like a tour. We have a 1-room brew house. I'm going to bring you some beers. And at the start, I would bring the Kölsch glasses, our water glass stanges of Milkos. And I'd be like, let's do these. And then all of our staff was like, you got to stop bringing these to people, because people would see them go out and be like, why can't I get those? And it was like,
sell them Likos?
We don't sell them because it was even harder, felt like a harder education to start.
But like 10 weeks in, I get it. I mean, maybe you could just put it on the menu. People ask for it.
I think now we can start to get there, but it was even hard educating the staff. Like those pours aren't easy to do either.
Right. Yeah. Because you just can't pull it all the way yet.
Yeah. And you got to like learn how to do it. So like we've had, if there's beer nerds come in that ask for them, like I'll do them and I'll teach our staff how to do schnitz and how to do hedlinkas. Like we always do hedlinkas, but like trying to do schnitz, I'm like, this is how you would do it.
Yeah.
So like I'm always kind of like teaching them on that, but I was just like, let's just like nail hedlinkas, let's nail our German stuff, and let's nail our hoppy stuff, and then we're gonna move on from that. Because I'm very much like, if we're not going to do it well, I don't want to do it. So like,
Makes
if somebody does a Milko that they pull the tap too much and it's a lot of beer, it's not cool. It's not fun.
not
It just becomes a gimmick. Like it's not, there is a reason those beers are served like that. It's not just because it's fun to shoot a tube of it, which that there is part of that, but
it is pretty fun.
yeah,
It's kind of the funnest.
yeah. Especially the dark ones.
The dark ones are the best. They always, every place I ever go, I went to Human Robot in Philly.
Yeah.
This year.
Well, that's the home of the milk tube. They invented the milk tube. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't invent the milk pour, but they invented like pouring it in
the tube
it and down.
Because when I went there, I saw people drinking haze or whatever. I'm like, no. And I got their fucking cheesesteak from that place, and I was like, give me one. And I had one beer, one full pour of each of the, I think whatever, like a Svetli, Palatomavi, and then Tomavi. And then I was like, as I was paying, I was like, give me a little cut real quick. Yeah. And it was the Tomavi that they give it to you, and you're like, fuck yeah, boom, all right. And give me a 4-pack of that too, because I'm kind of lit now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was phenomenal. It was just and it was like, that's the vibe. So every time I go to a place that has that, I'm like, I would hope that that's the experience. Now, once again, as you were describing, that's a different, educated beer consumer versus somebody who's new. But if you're able to be like, hey, well, this is actually a Czech tap. This is something that's imported from the Czech Republic, and this is something that, if you go there, blah, 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 and you give them the whole spiel, and be like, this specific little thing, we do it in this way, these little milk tubes, and they're $3, and you do da-da-da. Like, I feel like if you are going to a brewery and you're having this fantastic experience and you're loving the beers, which obviously they would be, and loving the tacos and sausages and all that, then they'd be like, give me that shit. Tell me about it. Let's go. Hopefully they'd be more open-minded and be willing to sort of accept the, that education from you or your staff, like I can see that being a thing. But yeah, maybe it's easy for me to say as someone who sort of already knows it and would just assume that everyone else would be very,
For sure. The thing too is like we always, it's so easy to think of and say that. Like that sounds like, yeah, like we should just tell that. But like sometimes we might serve 600 people on a Saturday. So it's like, I don't have 20 minutes to educate you on milk pours. I'm like, please get a Kölsch because that's the easiest to pour. Let me just get your Kölsch because there's a lineup out the door and I don't want people standing around for 40 minutes because like that's not good customer service. So, like I don't want to rush you through, but I don't want to I don't have like 40 minutes to explain every beer to you. So there's also a side of that's like not, it's not the beautiful side of customer service, but like some of it's like please order something simple and I'm just going to give it to you and you're going to move on and you're going to feel like you had good customer service. Right. But I don't have time to explain. So like what we've tried to do is like we'll have usually 3 to 4 people working the bar on the weekends, and we'll have somebody floating. It's usually me right now,
like a brand ambassador or something.
Yeah, or like my wife too. So like we'll hang out on the outskirts, and if somebody wants, it's like people will wait in line for like 15 minutes and get to the bar and be like, "Well, tell me about your beers. I want to learn all about them." And I'm like, "Dude, there's a lineup out the door. It's Saturday at noon. This is our busiest 2 hours of the week." And you're like, you can't be mad. Like people deserve to have that. I'm not saying it's just like one of those like, okay, so we started to try to like transition that person to the side of the bar so I can be like, you can taste the beers. Like I can spend 5 minutes with you, no problem. But like if we're short staff or we're in transition time of staffing, it's like somebody doesn't have time to be like, well, here's our hazy. You didn't like 2, try 3. If you didn't like 3, try that. Like that's what we wish we could do for everyone. But the nature of the game is like we might hopefully a good Saturday we're going to serve 600 people. So like you can't spend 30 minutes per person. No. So those are the things that like it's so easy. Yeah, just like why can't I just I'll sit down with someone, explain milk pours, we'll drink them all, and like that's the most easiest way to do it all. But it doesn't always happen like that, right?
I wonder if there's like signage, as you were saying that. I was like, how do you educate people? Like, can you put like a screen up that sort of has like rotating slides that explain?
Yeah, so I think like Silo and a few breweries really do it well, like explain the 3 pours.
Okay.
But downtown crowd's different than our crowd. we're working on all of that too. I think we'll get there.
Yeah.
But like we've had times where like we serve your 10-year anniversary mug properly with the amount of head, and people are like, well, why is my beer missing beer? It's like,
Oh.
so like just trying to be like, hey, like no problem. I understand that you would feel that way, but like, look, this is the 500 ml line. It's supposed to be served with at least 2 fingers of foam. So like all of that is, but someone just is like, well, that looks like a half filled beer.
I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's gonna turn into beer, darling.
For sure. Or you're like, great, that's gonna help not oxidize the beer. It's gonna add texture. It's gonna be beautiful. That's the part of it. But there's people that just like are used to full brim Coors Light, right? So like we have to teach them that. So like
Yeah.
I want my, I keep saying like I want the Kölsch to be even foamier because I want like Suarez, most beautiful head in the world, but they take so much time to do it. It's so beautiful.
3-step slow pour,
yeah,
it at toast. Yeah.
So like wish I could do that, but just like it's not the game we're in 10 weeks into it right now.
Hey, look, I feel like, yeah, maybe that's like a bit of an aim then. Like, this is really interesting, by the way. Thank you for being so honest about that. I think it's like, that's really cool because it's easy for people like you and I mean, obviously you're in the industry, but like, you know, as beer nerds and everyone else watching and listening who are listening to a beer pod is like, yeah, bro, like, of course that's how it goes down. But we kind of maybe sometimes forget about like that beer education piece and what that looks like for people and how you bridge that gap, particularly in an early stage as a farm brewery that attracts people that aren't always beer nerds, as opposed to if you were like balls deep in you know, the big city. It's a different situation where more people probably are a little more educated, not always, but you know, arguably a little more. So it's yeah, you'll get there. You'll figure out ways to do it, whether that is putting some signage up somehow or a floating beer ambassador, like going through the line. Hey, you good? You know what you need? Do you have any questions? Like to try and like negate the weight along the way, particularly in those.
Like we're talking about like how can we right now, like because we're coming not to the end of summer, but like we're figuring out this whole year. We're talking about like what can we do next year? Like we think we're going to change our hours a little bit. Like we feel so open till 8 o'clock during the week. We open Friday, Saturday. We open till 10.
Okay.
But some days, like I don't want to close at 8 because I'm like, it's so busy. It's so beautiful. Like we have the sunset on the mountain, but then on weekends, we don't have a big evening crowd. Like we do like 80% of our sales are between noon to 4 on the weekend. So like right now we're talking about implementing like a reverse happy hour, like having people stay from 8 to 10 p.m. has been a hard part of our business
on the weekends.
Yeah. Which is like, that's when I want to drink beer. I'm like, the sun's going down. It's fucking beautiful right now.
The money time.
Can somebody drive me home? I want to drink a ton of beer right now. So that's been an interesting where I was like, when we were writing the business plan, I was like, that's going to be so easy for us to have people there. But like, no, we're like noon crowd and people like at noon are like wanting like beers and beers and beers. I'm like, holy crap, this is like an interesting side of it. It's a fun side of it. And like, we're doing great. Like we're doing more sales than we thought we would do in 10 weeks. So like, I'm very, very positive on it, but it's an interesting side of it. Like just learning what's happening. It's very, very cool on that side of it. So like, yeah, like we could do later evening events to have people stay around, which I didn't think that was going to be a thing.
So. No, particularly like, I mean, yeah.
But we're only drive-to event, so people aren't drinking. Like, honestly, we've had like 2 or 3 people that I'm like, oh, you shouldn't be driving, and then their husband or wife is like, oh, they're with me, and I'm like, oh shit. It's like we're not a like pound beer crowd, right? Like it's a
brew pub, which is not necessarily and
have a couple lagers, and it's like it's
not a 3 beers, and you're like, all right, I'm good to go.
Yeah,
not having 7.
Yeah, not having 7 double IPAs. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's a good time, but
I've done it. I'm not saying I'm not against it. I'm just saying it's a very different. So that's kind of like more of the clientele we have too.
That makes complete sense, particularly on a farm brewery where you guys are at. Like, it's just, I've noticed the same thing. The early drinking crowd is something in Quebec. Whenever there was beer festivals, the early folks, whether it was Chambly or like Fuduni or something, like the early folks are I'm not an early person in any shape or form. So like that to me is always crazy.
Yeah.
That they're like pounding beers at noon when I'm barely out of bed type of thing. Like y'all are insane.
For sure.
I respect.
Yeah. I mean, I've done it, but it's just not.
Look, I've done it for sure. It's not my preference because then I feel like
Nap City, bro. That's it.
the one time I did it, we went to Witchstock in 2017 at Bellwood.
Yeah.
And it sold out really quick. I didn't move fast enough. So the only ticket I could get through my friend who worked there was the 11 a.m. first session, which I pulled up. I didn't even eat breakfast because I'm like barely awake by 11 to make it there. I was so far. I think I was in bed by 8 o'clock. I haven't been to bed at 8 o'clock since I was like 9. I couldn't believe how lit I got. I'm like, this is not my vibe at all. I like an afternoon, like 3, 4, no problem. Yeah. But like 11, 12, dog, no, like chill. Like
sure.
you can start. Each to their own, though. I respect it.
Yeah.
But I found that a lot of Quebec folks, like when Foudouny, if you went in 2018, I know there was an early session and a late one. I went to the late one, but like people would you just start early, and it's quite popular. And I feel like there's a segment of crowds, arguably a lot of them are parents who
which I think our noon crowd is parents. Yeah,
I was going to hazard that guess, and I get it, because if the kids are getting them up at 5 a.m. well, noon is
you're already itching for a beer.
You're itching for a beer by noon. That's what all my friends, when I'm like, are you crazy? And they're all like, bro, think of it like this. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's like 4 p.m. for me.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, all right, I get it, because you've been up for so long. So it's like, it's such a different thing, and it attracts different things. And I guess you got to try and find your feet with that. And once again, it's so early. 10 weeks is like, it's nothing in the scope of things. So I
think a lot of it has to do with our food, just like being
a food place, is
having so much food and selling so much food. It's like people are just like noon, they're ready to go. Like I said, like Mondays and Tuesdays, we have people at 11:50 pulling in our parking lot, and they're like, oh, you guys open yet? And we're like, oh, we 5 minutes. Okay, no problem. But it's like people are just, they come for food and then add beer.
Okay.
And there is a beer crowd too, but it's like, it's just kind of all part of the people who stop by. So which
I
is
love it.
Full learning. Like,
yeah, man,
you can't write that into a business plan. Like, you don't know. Just vibes, like
straight vibes. And it's just reps. And just seeing what the fuck happens every time you open the doors and see what's going on. How about you? I feel like we broke the seal. How do you feel about a quick bathroom break, and then we'll crack number 3?
Yep.
Boom. All right, guys. Back in a sec. And we are back. And Scotty, time for number 3. Yeah, Creatures 3.
Non-linear number 3. Yeah.
Non-linear number 3. Because that's how we do it here. God damn it. I really like this. This is dope. Oh, this way. I feel like this is like a cool must be on the merch type of thing, like have that at the back or something. It's like powerful.
Yeah. So like our merch too, like our merch is obviously, like you said 10 times, super biased. Like I love our merch. I think our t-shirts and stuff, like on our Instagram we have some posts of them. T-shirts and our hats are super sweet.
Hell yeah.
The graphic designer Michael works as his main focus is fashion, so like all of our shit's so nice just because
he does that too. He does your hell
yeah. So like, just love them. Like I've always loved them too, and I know what I like. I find, not being an artist on that side, hard to translate it, but when I know what I like it. So.
I'm with that, dude. I'm exactly the same. You can't really always have the words to describe what you like, but when you see it, you're like, that's the one.
But that's why he like having a graphic designer that knows you since like we've been good friends since we were 8 years old. We played hockey together. So like really, so like it's very much.
It makes a difference.
Yeah. Like with not being able to describe it, they know what you like, right?
It's, and I feel like those relationships, aren't they like, they're like, money can't buy that. Like somebody who knows what you like, as far as like when they're making something for you and they are able to create without you having to, I don't know, guide it so much and change everything.
Yeah,
it's kind of perfect. I love it. What's the day code on this bad boy? So you're looking. I love a good day code. Okay, same day, 9th of July.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. So you can both of these on the same day.
Yeah. So
So is it because you did the kegs earlier, right? The kegs were sort of done separate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I really like this beer too. You'll kind of notice a little bit more bitter, which
Okay.
it was just cold longer. So like because we do I don't think I mentioned, but we do mobile canning.
Okay.
I don't have my own canning line, so like we always have to kind of work around production schedules and figure out all of that. So like I wouldn't necessarily have canned these on the same day or in that sense, but it's just the way it happens that I have to sometimes can beers when they're either
Ready.
too young isn't normally the issue, but like I may have been able to can this NEIPA like a week and a half earlier, but it's just kind of the way it goes. So
Gotcha. No, this makes complete sense. Oh, got a little spilly there. So this bad boy also 6.66%. If we didn't point that out on the last one,
yeah,
which is hilarious. This one is Nectaron, Equinox, and Mosaic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Equinox, as a hop, I feel like I haven't seen it much in a bit. Was that like
so big on the survivable compound chart?
okay? So that means it can hold on pretty well through.
Yeah, holds on really well. So it was like big time whirlpool hop, and then opening the bags, throwing them into the whirlpool. I was like, this is so interesting. Like I gotta try to add it to it. And I just always go towards tropical hops. So like this had that kind of character too. So Ketzer 1, which we unfortunately don't have, also had that as well.
Equinox?
Had Equinox in, yeah. And that was Nectaron, Nelson, Equinox.
Okay, interesting. When I remember we did a party with fucking Fiddlehead in 2017. Peak cryo time when people were losing their shit. And Matt from Fiddlehead took us around. He gave us a little baggie of Equinox cryo, and I treated that thing like it was a piece of gold. I couldn't believe that we had it, but I didn't know it was Equinox. People told me after, like, oh yeah, it's great, but it's maybe not really what you think it is as far as like what it contributes to a beer. Now that was a long time ago. Has the hop changed? Is it from memory? And tell me if I'm wrong here. It's kind of like definitely a grassier herbal forward type of hot, peppery maybe.
It could be. I get a lot of like that tropical kind of citrusy tropical kind of character out of those.
Okay, so
I also think 2017. You said sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So like we've just got so much better understanding hops.
There's all,
then.
So and that's like, why I said it, because I feel like the time frame actually impacted the perception of the hop
for sure.
And
so I think that's
maybe
probably
it was
even
back
more
then.
of it. So
yeah, we used it in a just a little bit. We our first ever collab was my brother. We did this brewery in Toronto called Lalo, and they're not around anymore, unfortunately. But we did a collab with them for my brother's album release, and it was we used a bit of that Equinox. I was like, oh, maybe don't use all of it. And the brewer was like, bro, it's it's not like this big tropical juice bomb that you think it is. I was like, oh, okay. I didn't really know. I just thought anything cryo was like it wasn't big here. It was bigger in the States, and I feel like people weren't really doing it. So I didn't know if that
cryo stuff. Yeah.
And it was. Oh, do you know what it was, dude? This is what I found out recently. It was back when cryo was a powder. It was a little packet.
Okay. Yeah, so there was a cryo powder, but there's also the cryo T90s.
I heard that literally like a month or two ago, somebody was like, yeah, they pelletized cryo now. I'm like, what do you mean? They go, yeah, because the powder just like floated to the top.
Yeah. Oh, it's so hard to deal with. It was a nightmare. There
you go. And and brewers were complaining, so then they made them into pellets. I was like, dude, like a couple of months ago, whereas I first, heard of it like 8 years ago. So I had no clue that it had changed that much, because I guess we just hadn't because we did the anniversary, did a bunch of collabs. So I was exposed to it a little bit more. So, okay, that's fascinating. These are all T90s in this one, right?
Yeah. I've never done anything else. So like, I'm going to try some different, like I want to do some of the Dyna Boost and some of the Hyper Boost and some of the other stuff that you can get from YCH.
That's just great.
So like, but honestly, like a bit of my thought is Luke, our sales rep from YCH.
Shouts to Luke.
Yeah,
love him.
It's a great dude. He's always like, try these. But I was like, look, I need to like understand my system before I start adding weird shit into it.
Yeah.
It's like I love adding weird shit. I'm a big fan of adding weird shit into it. But like
I get that vibe.
I needed to like, let's just like, I'm not saying I've nailed the beers, but like let's just understand what T90 does, and then I'm gonna be able to like, because like I don't want to brew like this being more bitter and one of our IPAs being darker on tap, which I'm just like, I'm trying to figure out why those happened. Was it boil time? Was it caramelization on the kettle? Like I'm trying to figure out why those happened. So like I don't want outside variables for me not to figure out how to get better at our beers yet. So like let's just like use things I know, and then we'll build off of that. And then so like I told him, he stopped by the brewery 2 weeks ago or something. I was like, okay, send me something. Let's do something cool, because like I'm ready for Dynaboost, ready for something like that, because I know where the beer should come or what they should taste like from our system now. But like the hop roll is they're like always changing, always growing. Like it's a pretty crazy. You think like just growing hops and then pelletizing them. It's like one of the oldest professions we have.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm like, oh, it's pretty simple. I'm like,
yeah,
it's a little deeper than that.
yeah.
No, it's sick. You know what? That's a really interesting way to approach it, dude. I think that's great, because you're like, you know what? Let me understand it on some T90 shit first, and then
Which I understand. Like I'm like, I know what T90 is gonna do, right?
Right. Well, not that, once again, the system. Obviously, someone like you with all your experience absolutely knows very, very deeply about all of this stuff. But like you were saying in the very beginning, like figuring out that new system is in dialing that in is a bit of a process. But now if you're at that point after these 10 weeks where you're like, okay, I see where all these, you've done enough brews, obviously you've been going pretty hard, and obviously moving units through the brewery and such, which is amazing. So then you maybe, it sounds like you're kind of at the point where you could start to fuck around a little bit with some cryo, with some hyper boost, down boost,
So all that too, and I just bought a case of the Crush 2, which I think was the HB6 586, HBC
586, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So like those, I'm like excited to do that, which like I've always found that very, very fun part of brewing hazy beers. But yeah.
And
like,
seeing which ones are complementary hops versus like primary
or anything, or like now I'm like, okay, cool. Like what if I add more oats? Like what will that do? But like it was like, we're still so young, but like nailing the first reviews means so much to your brewery. Like it's kind of crazy how much Google reviews and how much Untappd matters to your, like.
I'm glad you mentioned it. I was literally about to
do it. Yeah.
Untappd, how do you feel about it?
I feel fine about it. I feel it annoys me that hazy beers people like a lot. So like I think our Czech lager should be rated 5, and I think our NEIPA should be rated 3.5. It shouldn't be that because I'm making a NEIPA, people rate it better. Whereas like we get a lot of people that are like, greatest Czech lager I've ever had, 4 stars. I'm like, well, I don't think we're the greatest Czech lager you've ever had. I don't think that at all. But if it's the greatest Czech lager you've ever had, that should be a 5-star.
And people don't tend to do that.
People don't tend to do that, which is a funny side
like,
of Untappd.
Best lager I've had, 3. Yeah. That's always
so
like
we get a lot of reviews in like, they don't rate it well because it's a lager. Like they'll rate it 3.5, and they're like, really great Kölsch, 3.5 stars. And then our NEIPAs that I don't think are our best beers, they rate them 4.5. And I'm like, I don't think that NEIPA is that good. Like, I think it's good. I'm not proud to serve it, but we can really work on that beer. Well, that beer is not a 4.5, but that lager that True Grit should be a 4.5. Whereas like Sapwood, Michael Tonsmer from the Mad Fermentationalist, like an old homebrew blog I used to listen to, did like basically he rated out if whatever hops you use in your beer, you will get better Untappd ratings. So like it doesn't matter too much about it in the end. It's just that people always rate hazy beers better.
I think that's a fact, and it's
just a punch,
unfortunate.
it's a punch in the face of flavor. Like
Yeah,
I don't know. It's not
I don't think you're wrong at all for saying that.
just a feeling I get. Like I want people to love our beers. I always think our beers are great, but I think that our Kölsch is really good, and you shouldn't say this is an unbelievable beer and rate it 3. That's what I feel about Untappd.
Couldn't agree more. Do you know what's interesting? I was told by a brewery here that there's distributors in Europe, and they will not touch a beer unless the average is 4.2. So if people have their own rating system, which is kind of what you would just sort of
most insane thing in the world. Like so hard.
You could lose opportunities though from that. And it's like if people are like, yeah, well, 3 is a phenomenal beer for me. And then they rate everything 1.5. I'm like, dog, you are fucking everything up. And this is just not how it works. No. So Untappd has an unfair weight on a lot of breweries. And it absolutely, as you said, like an unfair weight on hazy IPAs. So it's like, I noticed none of your beers here because I'm a big Untappd user, not for any other reason, but just the easiest way to keep track of what I'm drinking and everything. I'm a fan of it personally. I know there's a lot of dicks on there. There's a lot of people who make it difficult, but none of your beers had. Did you upload them or did you let the crowd do it?
So like the start, it just like happened too quickly and they uploaded it. We just bought into the pro account.
I think that was honestly, if I was you and I in the brewery, I would, even if you fucking are furious about it, I think it's the move because you need to just be in control of your shit.
So that just happened recently because I bought into it because but it just happened so fast.
Yeah, I can imagine
that. But yeah, I agree. And it's not invaluable feedback. Like,
no, there's a lot of good stuff. The wankers are probably a smaller part. Just we remember them because they're annoying.
And it's like every Google review, dude. Like I read a Google review that's like best whatever. I'm not gloating about it, but like best place in the world. Like love the family atmosphere. The food was great. The beer was great. What a great evening. And I'm like, oh, cool. Thank you. That's nice. And then someone's like, great, but like whatever reason, 3-star. The 3-star sticks with you way fucking more than the 5-star that people said it was an unbelievable evening.
Couldn't agree more. All of us do, right? Human nature.
Oh, when you put your like 5 years of every minute of your life to something. If somebody's like comes for half an hour, like today we got a 1-star review with no comments.
See, like, that feels like a scam almost.
What the fuck is happening? Like, I don't think we ever deserve a 1-star review. But if you didn't enjoy your stay, and it was a 3-star review because staff didn't treat you right, you thought you had, I don't know, dirty glassware. You thought like we never have dirty glassware. That would be like the worst thing in the world. But
totally.
If there was a reason you think we could get better, I'm all ears to hear that. But everyone who rates you bad doesn't want to tell you what you're doing wrong, which is kind of what Untappd does too.
Sometimes, yeah. I think you're right for a lot of the part. I do see some folks on there that I know personally, and I kind of roll my eyes a bit when I see what they say, and they rate phenomenal beers like 3.2. I'm like, I've had this beer. Are you crazy?
Well, the crazy, like you said, if somebody like says like, I don't like 3, but a good beer for me is 2.5. Like that is it's like people don't realize this is literally like my livelihood. Like,
dog, thank you for saying that. Please.
It affects me so much for somebody to do that. So like, unless the beer was awful, like one thing like I've noticed through the years, and I don't, because I don't do it, and it's just a personal thing. But brewers that go to other breweries and rate them badly, I'm like, dude, you know how fucking hard this industry is. Do not rate my beer bad. Like, nobody's rated our beer bad, but I'm saying like, if I went to a brewery and I couldn't drink their beer, let's say whatever reason,
I check in and put no rating.
Yeah. So like Luke does the same thing. So I saw Luke's post for Luke
I
from YCH.
just saw those.
So like he won't do it because I understand that creates such a weird thing for him if he would give you 1 star on your hoppy beer, but like it affects me so much. It affects our business so much. It affects like in Google reviews, it affects us so much. So like they're so hard to like just be. It's a very interesting side of it.
I'm really happy you said all of this, man, in the way that you said that. Thank you. It's something that I personally, it's a bit of a chip, not a chip on my shoulder, but I'm like, I get fucking annoyed because I sit with you guys for hours. And I'm like, a lot of you guys become friends, and I care about your success. And I see that not everybody means ill, but there's a lot of ignorance as to what these Untappd check-ins mean. And now you mentioned Google reviews, it's equal, if not more. The Untappd is just more niche.
For sure.
And there's like, I know from multiple breweries have told me, people pull up to the bar and the bartender's like, hey, what can I get you? I'm like, just let me a sec. I'm checking everything on Untappd and seeing, oh, this one's rated 3.98. I can't have any beer less than 4 average. So, I'm not going to get that one.
Beer's supposed to be fun, eh, guys?
Beer's supposed to be fun. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, look at the pictures at least, like, and see, oh, this is the type of beer that I want right now, or get a little taster of it to see if it's to your liking. But it's like there's so many people. Like I've had conversation with people, and maybe it's because of the pod or whatever, or because I'm I personally, and I imagine you do as well, because I feel like we're meeting tonight, but the camaraderie, I feel like you're a dude like me who's just drinking good shit, and forget that you worked in the industry and you own a place, right? I purposely don't try to drink bad beer. So the beer that I feel that I drink, and tell me if you agree, is very, very rarely less than a 4 for me. My average is 4.08 or something like that. Over 10, I just hit 10,000 beers the other day on Untappd, unique check-ins. Like, it's average 4.08 or something like that, because I don't drink shit beer. The only time it's really bad is if I'm drinking a Molson, something like that, when I used to do that stuff back in the day. So everything I'm drinking now, maybe it might not be to my liking, but it's rarely worth less than a 4. Rarely. But there's so many people who have their own, they always say, like, I've got my own rating system. I'm like, if you're into craft beer to the point where you download Untappd, fuck your personal rating system. It's not how it works. And like you said, and once again, I'm grateful you said it, this is people's livelihoods. Typically the people who are on Untappd might at least know somebody who works in the industry, I would imagine, whether it's whatever, front of house, back of house, owner, Sure. Think of those people, man. Like this is what you're rating.
They're making shit beer. I'm not saying fake making shit beer, but be fine to say it's good beer. That's my vibe.
Yeah, and don't just be like, best Pilsner ever had 3.
Yeah,
that means a best Pilsner ever had
IPAs 2. I'm like, well, then don't fucking order my IPA, dude. Like,
or just don't rate it. Yeah. I even had a beer from a friend, sent me a beer recently, who owns a brewery, a small, like, sort of upstart brewery. And he sent me a beer, and I knew it was oxidized, but I wanted to check into it. I gave it no rating because I'm like, this is, and I didn't review it, do my normal review thing, because I'm like, this is not fair. And I messaged him about it, and he's like, yeah, something went wrong with the canning. And I'm like, cool, good. I'm glad I didn't do anything like that, didn't rate it, because I know that that's not fair to him. That doesn't represent the other beers I've had for him, which have all been well over a 4. Every single one of them have been fantastic.
For sure.
And I knew this wasn't, and I just like, I know I messaged him, and he was like, yeah, man, shit, fuck, I'm really sorry. I'm like, don't apologize. Like, it's so good. Like, I think that was like just an example of the interactions where you're just sort of like checking in with the person. Like a lot of these, like, I know a lot of these people, I see the same. I imagine it's the same as you two. You know these fucking guys, and you're like, dude, what are you doing? Message them. You know the people. Be like, don't review it. If you want to check it in and get the check-in, put 0. And that means there's no rating. It doesn't affect it. Sure. And then you can at least message a dude and be like, hey, man, I just had this beer. I think this might be da-da-da is wrong with it, or whatever it might be, and talk to the person directly, because brewers, like we were talking about earlier, are the harshest critics of their own products.
I'm like, yeah, like I said, 5-star means like nothing to me, and a 2-star keeps me up at night.
There you go.
So it doesn't, but the one, like, we just so the first guess we're 10 weeks into it. So the first 7 weeks of the business, we didn't have flights.
Okay.
So
People didn't like that?
no, people wanted them so bad. I kind of like fought it. I didn't
hate
want to do
flights.
them.
Yeah.
I just was like, I don't want to do them. I thought I was going to be the cool brewery owner that didn't do flights. And I was like, okay, fuck it. We need to do them. There's value to it to people who come around. Like there's, a bunch of 55, 60-year-olds who just cruise countrysides looking for breweries that just want to taste them. So like there's value added to our business. I was kind of being stubborn at the start. I think it's important for us to have them. But now we get Untappd people that want to tick off all of them, and they'll tick off 4 IPAs on a taster flight. They'll be like 3, 2, 3, 3. And I'm like, bro, this fucking beer is not a 3. Like we're drinking the beers. This is not a 3. Like
no, it's not a 3. Nothing even tonight. Nothing is less than a 4, 4, 4, 5.
So like they'll do 2 IPAs and then the NEIPAs, and I'm just like, no one at the bar. It's a bit of like we're getting way too deep in Untappd.
No, it's okay. This is valuable.
It's a very funny in the like keyboard warrior style. In like people I talk to will never tell me they didn't like the beer. Like everyone who comes and approaches me is like, your beer's so great, business is great, everything is beautiful. Like I love the place. Thank you for opening. Like what a cool spot. But like it's so easy to just like crank a picture off, send it, be like, fucking Kölsch 275, don't like Kölsch. Boom, send it. And being 10 weeks old, it's like some of the beers have like 18 reviews. That like drops us a whole star.
Thank you.
And it's so tough for us. It doesn't, and the beer nerd doesn't matter. Like our ratings are still quite good. I'm still very proud of our beers, and
The ratings were all pretty good. Everything I saw tonight.
so I'm always proud
you're
of
not
them.
wrong.
It's 4 bad ratings for you to get low when you're this young. Like we don't have 500 ratings. Well, 500 ratings doesn't affect it. 1 star doesn't affect it. It's like that's always our Google reviews. So like we always feel that way. It's all with a grain of salt. You have to understand people have different sides of it, whatever happened. But that's why like the bad Google reviews, like I said, like the 1 star with nothing is like the hardest for me, because I'm just like, I can't even improve on this. Like if you came in and I don't know, this has never happened, but if someone said the bathrooms were dirty, I'd be like, fuck yeah, you're right. Like if our bathrooms were dirty, dude, you deserve, like we shouldn't be that. We'll implement a staff cleaning every 6 hours. Like those things we can build on. But if you just put a fucking 0 or a 1 star
with no comment,
like,
you know what I think though, bro? I see what you're saying. You're being very kind to people. If I had a bad and I don't know what it is, if it's because the podcast, because I own a business, because I try to befriend people, I just respect entrepreneurialism. So the last thing I would want to do is negatively affect anybody, but I just feel like there's another way to go about that. Instead of giving a 2 Google review that is going to stop people from going there, because that's how people view the world these days, it would be better to either not do the Google review unless it was just a horrendous experience on every level.
And that's deserved. I don't think we've ever had that, but I've felt that way at places where I'm like, yeah.
But did you go and leave the room?
No, I've just been like,
exactly. You bitch to your partner about it. You're like, the fuck? What is this shit?
I've told all my friends.
The car, exactly. You tell your mate, don't fucking. That's equally as like being like, yo, man, I went to this place. It sucked. But like, if you like cared a little bit, I would DM them on Instagram, go to the contact form on their website and be like, hey guys, I don't want to shit on you on Google reviews because I know what it means to a business in this economy in 2025. But this is what happened. The bathrooms were dirty. I want to come back. I know this was not you aren't here to give people a negative impression of your business. So I want to give you the opportunity to fix that. So here it is. I just feel like people don't think like that, and they get so like high and mighty and be like, I'm gonna rate them and fuck them up. And then the beer nerds do the same thing.
I don't think they think that I'm gonna fuck them up. I think they just like think like I don't think people think it affects, like I don't think they realize how much that means to a small business, right?
Do you and you're being generous here. I question that, in that I feel like if it was 2017, maybe.
Huh.
But in 2025, name a product on Amazon that you didn't get that didn't have the highest possible rating, or went on Uber Eats and you went to get the restaurant. And if, like, me and my girlfriend are looking at something, I'm like 3.8. I'm not ordering from there. If it's less than 4.5, we won't order from it. If it's less than 4.5 on Amazon, I'm not buying the product.
For sure,
Beer,
I would
don't-
agree, but I think that people don't think their individual rating
rating
affects that.
is that like a willful ignorance, or just like a lack of understanding of how ratings work? Or like, if someone most of these beers, you are not wrong. I saw like 17 check-ins to a lot of these beers.
Yeah.
So if someone
You
goes
shouldn't check in flights. People, if you're listening, don't check in flights. Those don't count. Drink a fucking pint. Be a real human.
I'll give it like 4.5.
Yeah, exactly.
I give everything almost 4.5. Like, because I don't drink shit beer. So like, if something's not to your liking, it doesn't mean it's bad, though. That's the nuance between, there's like factual, like, this is what it is. Now everyone has a palate, so food and beverage is an interesting world, because it's like, you know,
and
what I mean?
the most
An experience based sometimes too, like you were saying. Like,
Yeah.
if all the beers were 5s, but I had a 2 experience, what's that going to do? And is that 2 experience normal? Is that exactly what's going to happen every time you go there? Or did the person that gave you that 2 experience just have a bad day, and then all that stuff was about to quit and they didn't give a fuck, so they didn't really try? And then,
or is this the MO of the business? Yeah.
Or is that the business? Or and you got to look inside yourself. Were you in a mood? Were you a dick? Were you a bit rude and then took every little thing as a slight? Like, did you just happen to have a bad day? So like, there's so many variables here that
we
it's
don't
like,
answer Google reviews right away because of that. Like, I'm like, I fucking woke up grumpy, and like, what? I was working the bar yesterday. There's no way I had somebody that felt that way. And like, so we like let it go, and then we're like, thank you so much for coming. If you feel that way, please write us on this. We'll be happy to offer you a free meal when you come in. Like, I don't care about giving people free shit. Like, if something bad happens, like, our policy at the brewery is kick a keg. If somebody's pouring you a beer and you kick a keg, that person gets that free beer right away. Even if it's like 3/4 full, you give that to them. We go change the keg and you give them another beer.
Right. And
like, I'm never gonna run downstairs and try to like change the keg and then make them wait and then fill up like 1 shot of beer. I'm always like, I told my staff, if we kick a keg on a pour, give that for free. And if it's this much,
it's amazing. Someone's
gonna have a 1 sip, and you're gonna say like, hey, look, listen, I just kicked the keg. Enjoy this sip. I'm gonna sprint downstairs and change the kegs.
And I'll be right back with a full.
And I'll be back, and you're gonna get your pint that you paid for it. So it's not gonna be like a try to top us. Like, tap rooms, we make a good amount of margins on serving beer over the bar that we should be able to give and do that kind of thing. It's like, that's how I think about our business. Like, I always think about like, let's just like serve the best we can to people. And it's like I was joking about before, like, people that complain about the Lucre tap, I'll try to educate them, but then I'll also just top up their beer. I'm like, I'll fill it to the brim. And I'm like, that's not what I'm going to do for a beer nerd. But it's just like, I'm like, hey, look, like, listen, like, this is why we serve it like this. I think it's very important, but like, I understand why you think you're not getting value on this, but let me just fill this up with you and we'll move on. It's not a big deal. So like, I think about the business in that way.
Smart.
It's like, we make good amount of margin over the bar. And that's like, that's my business model. If people don't come to my bar, we're not going to exist. We need to serve beer over the bar. So that's like the whole thing at the end of the day is serving beer over the bar. So,
dude, it's so smart. Like, one of the term that I like to use for our business, we like to give aggressive value.
Sure. It's always value added. I'm like, what can we have? Always. Like, we started, very much our fault, but we started, sorry to interrupt, but like we we did so the tacos and sausages. We always because we are a butcher shop and because we serve local meats, it's so difficult to explain to people why it's expensive. Like
In Quebec, the home of this stuff.
Yeah, but
not everyone thinks that way. Yeah,
not everyone thinks that way, and it's also just like the economy right now. It's like
shit's fucked up.
So it's like people feel that way, and I'm like, look, I could serve lower quality meats, but are you gonna want to order taco at 15 if it's 18? We're not crazy price. We're just we're what a restaurant is priced right now. So we just recently we kept looking and people, which we felt this way, but people were saying it doesn't feel like a full meal. So we added chips a couple weeks ago to our tacos and to the sausages because we just felt like we needed to add something because it just didn't look like a full meal. But that's the reason. That's the 8 weeks into a business being look, we're listening to people and people think that way. And I agree with that. So let's add chips. We're not going to increase the price. We're going to add a side to our meal just because that was just part of how we felt and what the kind of feedback was. So
I like that, which is being nimble, moving with the times, moving with the feedback, listening and acting.
Yeah.
What more can you ask of a business, right?
Which I'm shitting on Google reviews too, but we had some people that were 4 stars, everything was beautiful. Felt like they needed a side dish, but a young business that's going to adapt.
So they're
that was the review, and I was like, that is the perfect. That means more to me than a 5-star review.
Yeah,
because they're just
that means they're being honest.
Yeah,
but,
I think they need a side, and they said so beautiful, everything's gonna go great, but I think they're gonna adapt based on everything else. They're gonna adapt. So here's that, and I was like, that means more to me than a 5-star. So
I would have given them a 5-star with the feedback.
Yeah, you're a good dude, though.
I'm just even when I have my meditation app, I've been meditating for 2,000 days in a row, and I give everyone 5 stars because I don't want anyone to feel bad. And maybe that's too much bleeding heart type shit, but I'm like, people are trying. If something's really shit, I don't know if it always needs a public recognition of that. It depends on the situation, and I feel like a little DM can go a long way to keep it private. If something went wrong, you'd be like, hey bro, da 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 da, and you'd be like, personally, if it was me, I see what you're saying, and I think it's incredibly generous and kind to feel that way, and you are right. And to add, I'd be like, well, you know what, I would prefer, because I don't want you to lie. I don't want people to lie about it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just so I'm so cognizant of what it takes to do what you do. My business,
I think also you are a small business owner, so you kind of get it. But people don't. Yeah. This is not trying to bash on Untappd, but the Untappd community,
they don't always realize the power of it. Perhaps
100%, and they just it is cool to. It's Untappd is very much like punk scene or the hardcore scene. I grew up in the punk scene.
Okay.
So it's new band. I'm cooler than them. I'm gonna say they're not good. And then old band that's sold out, they're not good. So nobody's good.
Who's right? That's what I'm saying, dude. What a fucking way to say it. So there's been so many people I talked to Nate on the low and my girlfriend and stuff who would see. I'm like, look at this motherfucker. Who does he think? What does he like? Does he like beer?
Yeah. Untappd is the most. Do you like beer?
Do you like it? Why
you came here for 4 beers? You had a flight of 4 beers with your wife and your 2 kids, and your kids were happy, and you rated them all bad. I'm like, if this isn't a good hour of your life,
what are you here for?
This should be a good happy hour of your life.
And I imagine it probably was, but they're so in their head about
they can't rate it well. Too cool.
If this is resonating with anyone watching or listening, I hope you look inside yourself and just think what you.
People that feel the new Turnstile album is overplayed. That's it.
I'm a hip hop dude, so I have no idea what you're talking about. But a
hardcore band that
people
think sold out. So.
Okay, there you go. So that can happen, right? And if I don't know why it pisses me off so much, dude. We talk about this a lot off.
If it's all And music like translates really well because it's just like love of
Yeah.
it, dude. It's just people care so fucking much. It's so hard to do what you do. It's so hard to care about it.
I agree wholeheartedly because we moved to Canada because we were signed to a label out here, so we do hip hop. We done hip hop forever, my brother
Yeah.
and I. So I'm like, I get the music relevance, but I was thinking as you were saying it is like you can shit on it, but I don't know if there's an equivalent of Untappd where you can say stuff, sure, but there's no you can't Google.
Early Pitchfork, like early of those, or like Punk News, it was like new album, 4 stars. Like I haven't even done a listen to it. And it
Right.
was
they're
like
just-
I want it to be cool to be like a first listen, first check-in, first everything. So it was like a bit of that.
But
back
is
in
there
the
like
day.
a rating place where you could rate like Untappd for
Yeah,
music?
for sure.
What was it?
Well, I think I guess it's Punk
Like
News,
is
but
it genre
Pitchfork
based?
is like
Well,
is
but you can't rate it. The Pitchfork
no,
writer
I'm
can
saying
rate
that
it.
that's writers. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But yeah, there's nowhere for the crowd though to do the same thing to what they do to
Crowdsourced,
beer, to Google ratings, to what they do to restaurants and bars and da. Like there's no equivalent crowdsourcing rating for a musician that people can go and talk shit, sure, but they can't affect the business. And to the point where if somebody rocks up to the bar and they only drink beers over 4 stars and they go and look and they're like, oh, there's nothing over, that could affect your immediate sales. And then on top of that I heard about the distributors, the European distributors won't take beer. So if you're a young brewery, but pretend you're not a young brewery and you have a beer that you've been around for a few years and you just have a beer that's got 20 check-ins and everything's looking pretty good. It's got 4.5 average or whatever. Everyone's loving it. And then one person comes in and rates it 2, that might bring it down enough to that European distributor is going to be like, I'm not taking that beer now. And you've got all of these, you thought it was happening and then now they're not going to take it because one person had to rate it on their own little scale because they particularly didn't like it. And typically speaking, you could argue that people have argued this to me before that, and I agree and don't agree in some shape or form, but if the vast majority of people agree that something is good or something is bad, it's a reasonable position to take, to be like, all right, that's good, that's bad, or whatever. I don't know. It's we talk about this so much.
Do you think the crazy Untappd people like beer? I sometimes feel like they don't like beer.
I really wonder.
I'm like, I don't think you like beer, dude.
There's that's what we say to each other on the low. I've met some of these people in the States multiple times that are from here. Like I've been in places in the States and these cats that I'm thinking of at the top of my head are out here rating beer or shit or whatever. And I'm like, so you're spending all this money to go to fucking Tampa or whatever to go and review all this beer and do all this stuff to just give everything 3s? Like you really just out here just giving everything 3s in one of the best beer cities in America.
Makes you feel good. I don't know.
Yeah, then you go back home and then do the same thing. I'm like, are you happy? Are you okay? Like, do you need a hug or some shit? Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's sometimes I genuinely wonder if they do, and I wonder what they get out of it. Like, what satisfaction do you get from rating something shit? I think there's like I've talked to a few of these cats before, and I kind of feel like some of them there's a rather large sense of self-importance where like they really do feel like that their voice matters and that they are more important than other voices or whatever, and they're happy to do it. Like, yeah, then they stand by it. Like, sure, but I don't think a lot of them are right, because the beers that a lot of these people drink are phenomenal beers. Like, I haven't had all of the ones that these people are drinking, but they are traveling to these exceptional breweries. We know those breweries are exceptional. Not everything is to your palate, but they're not all 3s though. Like,
there's no way other half is putting out a 2.
Like, no, and like other half is a different. They're expanded so much.
Yeah, very big now. But I was saying a bad example, but yes,
totally. And I wasn't trying to shit on the example, but sometimes beers you could probably rate a little bit lower because they don't have the same level of quality control as they used to. But at the same token, I don't know, I've been to almost all of the locations recently, and I still very much enjoy it.
For
It's
sure.
maybe
Still
because
excited to go.
yeah, exactly. You're still excited to rock up. You go through, whether it doesn't matter. All the like this even close. I'm trying to think near you. Where's the closest one to you? Probably
New York City's not bad.
New York.
6.
Yeah, because we got Buffalo, Rochester.
Yeah, so like I've been like the Center
Canandaigua.
Street location in
Yeah,
Brooklyn's like the
the best.
classic. So and the graphic designer Mikey lived in the West Village. So like we went to Domino Park for a while. Like we've been to a few of them around. So
right. So you've seen a bunch of them. Philly's cool.
And going back to the old trading Yakima was people brought
The half a lot.
old other half cans. Yeah.
And at that time, they were the goats. They were just
Dude, the only people ripping haze, like the only ones that they were so good back then. That's before the centrifuges, before they even like dialed in their process, but just like unbelievable cans.
It's crazy when they really just had Center Street, and like I don't even think they had another location.
Location is so small, like
it's tiny.
Sometimes I feel like my brewery is very, very
40
small.
seats.
Yeah, but imagine New York rent. So it's a little different.
I mean, Red Hook, it's it can't be cheap, and just to see what they've done with that. And even then though, like they've expanded so much, and like I feel like, look, to be fair, it's a little patchy, but the experience has always been great. The Buffalo went there because there was like the old Buffalo one, and then they opened literally next door in the new one.
Like Genesee or not? Like,
well, Genesee's in Rochester.
I thought they bought. I'm talking to my ass. So I don't know if that's true, but I thought they bought an old
Genesee building.
Yeah, I know. Something.
Oh, you're talking about Young Lion or Young Henry or some shit like that. So that was the East Bloomfield one. Okay. Which is south of Rochester. So that was the first Western New York one that they opened, which was Young Lion, one of those two. So that's like a farmish type of place. Then they got this Buffalo one right downtown Buffalo, where there was this like building next to another building, and they were fixing out the good one whilst they just had this temporary one that was kind of very warehousey and pretty straightforward. The bathrooms were on this little trailer outside type shit. Mm-hmm. Then they opened this new one. The new one's sick. It's basically a sports bar, like massive screens, and like it was a vibe. The staff was so attentive, and so like it was awesome. I really enjoyed it. Then we went to Philly, and the Philly one was very similar to that Buffalo one, which was also very sports bar-ish. Super dope. So that was the Buffalo, that one. Then they opened Canandaigua. So Canandaigua's on the lakes. Maybe that was the Young Lion. Fuck. They took over another brewery that's literally on the top of the lake in the Finger Lakes region. Mm-hmm. And that one is super sick as well. We went like opening weekend, so it was very raw. I imagine it's even better now. They've decked it out probably a lot more. It was pretty straightforward at the time. Yeah. So, but they've really like provided experiences, and like, you know what, like, you know, they have a lot of flagships now. They got like 10 flagships or something. They do so many beers. So I'm like, I don't know. To me, Other Half is just that legendary brewery. So I like, you can't.
They were like, I always think those breweries, right place, right time. It was like so interesting. Like they had the branding.
Yeah,
like dude,
branding still amazing.
Yeah, all Citra, everything was like
crazy.
Was
and
like
the beer. All the Daydream series with the lactose and stuff, and like it's just like they were the head of the game. They were truly ahead of the game. And like I remember bringing the OH ... Daydream or Dream or whatever to my friend who owns a brewery in Australia, and he started doing oat cream IPAs because of that. And he was one of the first. I thought he was the first, and it was because of that. It wasn't, but he was one of the first because of me bringing him Other Half beers and stuff, and being so inspired by it, because the shit was crazy. This was 2018-ish. Like it's yeah, man, you got to like give respect. But all of that, we were talking about the ratings and stuff, and like, you know what, they might be, because they've scaled up so much that they have to pump stuff out, so some of the stuff might be a little more pedestrian, but I think you'd be hard pressed to argue anything's really under a 4 from
and I think it's a bit of the interesting side of food, beer, anything
Yeah.
that it's easy to get, people don't really want to rate it well. Like when it was like just
Amen.
from Center Street and you had to fight to get it, you'd be like, "Fuck, I finally got."
Yeah, it's 5.5. Like,
Yeah,
you wouldn't
but
even.
like you show up and you're like, "Oh, they have this." That's kind
Yo,
of boring.
yeah,
Like,
yawn. I don't have to trade.
but it's as good. There's nothing at all in the quality. It's just part of it, right? That's
It's
like,
maybe that scarcity's always been a part of
sure.
it with craft beer and stuff, and that
Oh, it's
sort of
been, I mean,
small amount.
from the start, dude.
And
Like
then keep going.
everything. Like we do, so we do pop-up weekend events that we do smash burgers because like we're
Sick.
butcher shops, we do smash burgers. And like we used to do Saturday, Sundays.
Mhm.
Now we started to do Friday, Saturdays. But like we notice a decline on the third day of having burgers. Just because like if it's available, people don't care. But like if we say Friday till we sell out, we're gonna get a crowd. Saturday till we sell out, we're gonna get a crowd. And then Sunday, people are like, "Well, you're not gonna sell out today because you said you were gonna sell out 2 days in a row. You're not gonna sell out today." So like, it's not. We don't need to. Like, it's way deeper than that. I understand that Sunday used to be a bigger day. On vacation in Quebec, we're not as busy. We used to be on Sunday. It used to be Sunday was the busiest day. So I get there's way more side of it, but like offer like we'll post like if we have 5 cases left, it'll be like not a lot of this beer left, and we'll sell out of that beer in that day. But if we didn't post that, people are like, "Oh, I heard there's not a lot of that beer left." I'm like, okay, like I guess there's not a lot of beer that left. Like it's that scarcity is so good, like it's so important. And like the smash burgers we're always discussing as a team, like they're so unbelievably tasty, and like we want to always have them. But like if we have them a lot, it's just like
They didn't move.
yeah, we'll sell 250 burgers on a Saturday. But if like we had them all the time, we're not gonna sell that. So like,
So the is it fair to say false scarcity is what moves the needle?
I think it's, but they
Or like
don't. People don't know if it's false.
allocated scarcity.
So,
And
like-
then like, hey, we have 250 and that's it. We're not doing any more because the butcher shop has to make more, and we're kind of
Because we just don't have patties. Like it's not like we don't have more beef left in the world, but like we
you
just
gotta make the patties.
we bought 200 buns worth, let's say.
Gotcha.
So like those are kind of the thought of it, which like I see how like Masorum or those guys would have that for early days of beer. Like
I think
they
that
still
scarcity's
do.
gone
They
a little bit.
So like they set limits on cans because there's a reason to set limits on cans.
I think they stopped that because they had their anniversary drop on Friday, and I copped the stuff from there. My friend picked it up for me, and there was one bottle of the stouts per person, but the cans weren't. And I was normally, if it's I think it dropped at 6 p.m. by like 6:02, it's usually sold out. And I was driving because we were going to Toronto for a concert, and I was like, I got a little notification on my phone. I set a reminder at 5:55. I'm like, fuck. I said to my girlfriend, "Can you pull up Masorum website, get my credit card ready?" Like, and I was like, because I was ordering for myself and Nate, and it was no problem. I was like a little bit stressed, and then it was pretty easy. So I even think that a lot of that scarcity, they have obviously increased their production, but I think
like the scarcity is. I agree with you. Great marketing tactic. It's all part of it. Maybe it's real, maybe it's not. But it's like people tell me now, like, oh, like Alchemist, like it's so easy to get. It used to be so hard to get. I'm like, but
I get in Western New York.
They're now like Miso is probably brewing 8,000 hex a year. Whereas like when people were lining up, they were brewing 1,000 hex. So like it's not a fake scarcity. It's just that they've expanded to meet demand, and now they've probably met demand.
There you go.
So
and that's
like,
the easiest way to look at it. And it's sort of like, well, before I'd be like, by the time I checked out, 4 of those bottles that I had in my cart are already sold out. And it's like tough shit. And you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm looking at nose.
Yeah.
And I got everything I needed with no problems whatsoever, and it was probably 6,
which is disappointing for some reason. It feels disappointing.
I'm like, I wanted to miss out on something because now I spent
missing
so
out
much
on
money.
a concert. You're like, what the fuck, dude? I wanted to not get.
I wanted to not get, so I could be like, fuck, I'll get.
I was in line for the show,
basically. And it's, I wonder if that's
we're in a dumb world. It doesn't make sense.
Isn't it crazy? And it's almost like it's the same thing. It's like it's holding back what you can't have. I feel like that's the same in relationships. It's the same in every, you name it, any aspect of life. What you can't have is what you want. And now with beer, with maybe this economy, with potentially less people interested, or if it's not less people interested, it's more options. Whereas what you and I came up under in 2017, there was so many less options.
Sure.
And it was like, oh, if I don't get that new foam, if I don't get that fucking Burlington Beer Co. or whatever, I'm like, I missed out.
That's a whole, we could do another 5-hour podcast on that, too.
Yeah, which is crazy. So it's sort of like, well, now that maybe demand is adjusted for all of these above factors.
That too. There's so many factors, but yeah.
So many. So then how do we as consumers, because once again, you're a brewery owner, but you're also a consumer, like, and how do breweries adjust with that, and how do consumers deal with that, where it was like, I mean, maybe it's psychology, consumers can't help but be influenced by that, and then maybe they want something that they can't have, and then now they can have it, and they're like, yeah, I don't know if I really want that anymore, and that's fucked. But it's
so
sort of,
that's the hardest thing for business. It's like, you guys all wanted me to make more. Now that I make more, you don't want to buy it. It's such a shitty, like, take a step back and you just say that's a descriptor of the business. It's insane. But that's life. I'm not saying that's surprising. Beers feel that way because we're in the industry, but like all the crazy pastries in New York City have that way. Like that's like life of something cool, right?
It seems to have been, and like even in the last few trips, it's been really easy to get sought after bottles and stuff like that I've been able to bring back, and I'm like, oh, this was expensive, but wasn't that hard to get in the end, and it didn't turn me off from wanting it personally, because I wanted it because it was sick and it's fun.
There's no indication of quality. It's just that it's available.
It's which should be a good thing, no?
I agree. Like, I get so happy going to Vermont, saying there's like 2-week-old to a week-old Heady at the local grocery store.
Yes,
because I'm like, I just want to fucking drink Heady. Like, I
don't healthy living.
Yeah, it's like
the one opposite TJ's.
They're in everything now too. So
they're in everything, but that place used to always have like a sick grocery section that you could get exactly what you're talking about. You name it, your 4 quarters and whatever, Alchemist and foam and fucking you name it, everything's there, and it's fresh as hell. I'm like, this is sick. And it was all kept cold too. They actually respect it. Oh, not even to mention like something like Beverage Warehouse in Winooski that was always like the goat for so everything.
Like lining up at the Beverly was the thing for Heady back in the day.
For sure. And it's like a different thing, but like if I see Heady I got a store, I go to Lewiston, New York, which is just over the border, and we got Nexus, and there's like a private bridge in Niagara, which is phenomenal because it takes you 45 seconds to get across. So I made friends with the dude who owns a store, and like if you ever I see him post stuff, and if I'm going over, I'm like, yo, can you just check that aside? So he gets it Heady focal relatively regularly, and then every time I see him, I'm like, yo, it's always special because of Vermont is another 5-6 hours or whatever it is away, but it still doesn't, because it's so infrequent. When I get it, I'm like, yeah, man. Like I just finished it a couple of weeks ago. Like the last lot I got, I can't even remember where I got it from New York. We went to Manhattan and City Beer. You know City Beer in 39th Street, man. I just went there by myself we were there for work. My girlfriend was doing her thing. I was like, me and the dog were chilling. I was like, fuck it, let's go. Drank a bunch of like Root and Branch I hadn't tried before. And they happened to have Heady and Focal there. I was like, fuck it. And they had a bunch of Maine beer co. I'm like, let's go. Let me just give me all of it. Like it was wicked. So it was always like it was exciting to see it though, and then maybe because I lived in Montreal for 10 years and I was going to Burlington all the time, so it was a little bit more ubiquitous. But over here, it's a little more rarer, and that little bit more rarity made it more exciting. So I could go and buy the latest haze from anywhere that comes in, but if I see Heady and Focal, like you best believe I'm getting that. a 4-pack. I don't give a shit what the mandatory minimum is. I'm getting it because it's still it's just you just want to have it, you know.
Yeah, but if there, I'm not saying there is, but let's say like there's a beer nerd that's 30 years old, 28 years old. Do you think they care about heady? Like they don't have the love of like.
No, they don't. They
Maybe they want to
didn't
try
put
it.
in
I'm
the
not saying they
reps.
don't want to try it, but they're not like it's like
frothing like you and I are.
yeah, because like that like shit. This is like way too strong a word, but like it shaped my life, right? Like it's like very hyperbolic,
might
but
say
like
the same,
in that
yeah.
side, it's like it meant it was so cool and it was a fun time of beer back then.
It really was, man. So it's, and I think that the people like you and I have adjusted to the new time, and you still want to get the old stuff that's fun, but like, I don't know. Maybe it's like the scarcity thing is like fine, but I don't know if I would say it's the primary motivator.
Yeah.
Anymore.
I mean, I didn't know would we ever like. I always thought like, would we have lineups? I didn't really think about that side of the business. Like, we don't have lineups.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, will we get there?
Yes.
I don't know what that means. Like, I don't care to have lineups. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't. Like, if it happened, I think our beers are very good. I'd be happy to do it. We would figure out how to do it. But I just was like, I didn't know, like, is there a lineup world anymore? Like, I don't even know what that really means.
Rare from what I understand.
That's what I mean. So it's like, I didn't know what that would mean to us as a business that started May 24th, like, and started with a Czech lager and a Kölsch. So it's an interesting side of it. So.
Well, you're delivering haze. It's phenomenal. This is like really fantastic, man. I mean, 10 weeks old. This is so crazy. It's so cool that you're doing all of this stuff. And yeah, if you get to that, like the lineup thing, I've heard it can happen. I haven't personally lined up for a while. I imagine you haven't either. It's been a minute, but like, even if it's like sort of pre-drop things where you can sort of pre-buy ahead, like pre-order or whatever. Like when we were in Florida in February to escape the winter, right when all the tariff stuff happened, which was a little unfortunate timing. But the like Three Sons, who are incredible, they had this drop. I always get all their emails, and they had the thing where you had to submit it to get one bottle is all you could get of this like kitchen sink barrel aged stout. So, and when you get it, you go and then you get a pour of it when you get it. And we went there and we had some food. And then the owner's dad was working. So we chatted with him, ended up meeting the owner later on. He was he was super cool through Mark Andre from Missouri. We were there in Tampa with him. So it was like super cool to like get that one beer. But it, like, in the end, there was a bit of, not FOMO, but like, I was in like, oh, I better order this right now, or I won't get it, because I didn't know. And I don't know if I didn't order it, would I have gotten it?
For sure.
And that was probably that was in February. That was the last time I could think of like experiencing that. And I was like, okay, it's pretty fun that's the way they did it. So that was just through their website, and they just did a thing where you just purchase it. I was like, that's pretty cool. That it's a nice way to sort of release that. And then even just the fact that you say limited, and it probably is, if you look at it, barrel aged beers, obviously they're pretty limited
for sure
in period. But
that's such a tough world.
Yeah, the barrel aged.
People don't care that much about barrel aged. People don't care that much about sours. Like, that's a.
What about? Have you thought about that? Stout, sours, barrels.
I love sour beer. Like I've said, my favorite beer, Augustiner. Second love. I've been to Continental 3 times. So like,
sick.
The original business plan was like, you know, the Rare Barrel.
Yes, it recently closed down, I believe, right?
Early days of Rare Barrel. That was the original.
Well, they got sold. One of the two.
Yeah, so like it was very much like contract brew at different breweries and just get wort and let's ferment it out. Like, that was originally the business plan, because I just like, I was in love with Belgian beers, still am. But that was the original business plan, because you could fill it out, and like I love sour beer. So
it's pretty fantastic.
Fortunately, that I think like there's a lot of things that make me sad about the beer world, but the main, well, No, not a lot of things that make me sad. There's a lot of things that are good in the beer world, that we shouldn't have bad breweries, and it's good that people care about quality now. But one of the sad things that people don't care about Belgian beers. It makes me sad that people don't care about sours, and it makes me sad that people don't care about like saisons and that. Like, I shouldn't have to fight to sell a delicious saison on tap because for some reason people think it's, I don't know, like the Castor sour stuff was very, very, very good.
Right.
It shouldn't have been hard to sell that beer, but just in general,
different
being
time
a glass bottle, being more expensive, like it was like that took 3 years to make that beer.
Jeez.
So like it was a very, very good beer, and I hope that will come around. There's a lot of things that I'm happy that I've dropped out of beer, but I like the fact that like Jester King has to brew other beers. Jester King should just be brewing their fucking sour beers because they're the best beers you've ever drank. Like
the canned pilsners and all this stuff they got to do. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You should just go have Petit Prince. You should have a 3.5% like grisette. That's the best thing you've ever drank. You shouldn't go there looking for a NEIPA. So like that's a bit of the sad of the beer world to me.
That's a really great explanation.
Which life, like I mean, I understand how it all comes and goes, and that's how it goes. But those are the. I mean, I'm also happy to be able to get Dre Fontaine. I can get Dre Fontaine for 8 minutes from my house, dude. I can drink Dre Fontaine every night. Like,
which is pretty sweet.
In 2015, I would have shot someone to get. I literally booked flights and flew to Belgium to pick up like goose in my bag. So,
I mean, that's what a different time, eh?
Yeah.
Do you have aspirations to have a barrel program at Loup-Garou at all, whether it's stout, sours, farmhouse?
In a way, my always thought about those beers is that we need the space and I want to do them well. So like I do not like kettle sours. I'm never going to do kettle sours. I don't like kettle fruited sours. I don't like any of that side. The only thing I might ever tweak some sourness would be a Gosa because I really like that style.
Fire. Quebec does them so well. I feel like just in Ontario, I had some Quebec folks on the pod recently and we had some Gozas. I was like, I haven't had a fucking Goza in forever.
Yeah.
This is amazing. And I forgot. And I feel like in Ontario, they don't do it. So it's very cool if you're even considering doing something like that.
Yeah. That's my thought. But I'm never going to half-ass sours. It's like if we're going to do it, I'm not going to be able to do it in our facility. I'm going to do it and we're going to get all of our barrels. I'm going to get maybe a cool ship or not a cool ship, but I'm going to do lacto PDO Brett, and we're going to ferment it out for 1, 2, 3 years. We're going to blend out. We're going to bottle it. We're going to do it properly.
Love that.
So I'm never, ever, ever going to do half-ass kettles. So I'm never going to do. I'm going to do some saisons, but any sour beers are going to be barrel aged and properly done.
Okay. Any
same
stouts,
way I care about.
ones?
I'm not going to do too many pastries. We'll see.
Not even pastries, just barrel aged stouts.
I'd like to. We don't have the space.
Gotcha.
But I would like to for sure. I think they're interesting. Like I just brewed. So this week I brewed. So we're planning our Oktoberfest right now.
Hell yes. I forgot. That's where we're at.
Yeah. So being like a BAOS alumni, them not doing their Oktoberfest anymore is like so sad and a disservice to the area. I think it's just kind of life. But
that's where it's at. We
just planned September 20th, 21st, Saturday/Sunday. So we're gonna do Saturday as a big day and Sunday as we're gonna try our first year. We're such a young business. We're very, very, very silly, but we think we're gonna do Saturday, like book a band, have multiple restaurants. So like with the butcher shop, we have a lot of restaurants that are very well-known restaurants.
Right. They like buy their products, right?
Yeah. So like we could be like, do you want to come and serve food here? Like I don't need to drop names, but they're very good restaurants. Like they're very cool and be like, do you guys want to come do this? So like we're thinking about trying to bring that in. And
that's fine.
We would like to invite a few breweries in. So I have like a lot of contacts with breweries that are local, but being 10 weeks in, we don't just want to be like, hey, do you guys want to serve beer? We're super young. Like, please come like us. So like we're trying to ease our way into the breweries that I love
Right.
in Quebec. So if it ends up being a few breweries, that'll be cool. And if it's just us, that'll be what it is. So we're just gonna do like books and bands. Like we have like 100 acres of land. So like we're gonna do schnitzel sandwiches. We're gonna have an old German lady in the area is gonna do pretzels. We're just gonna
Hell yeah.
come in and drink some beers. So I brewed this week. I brewed Martzen, and last week I brewed Helles. So we're gonna brew. We're gonna release both of those beers on hopefully
September.
canning them like September 15th, and we're gonna release those in 20th, 21st. It's just lager party. So
Let's go. Honestly, I love the summer, but god damn it, Oktoberfest, fall, that early fall. I don't think anything beats, as far as beer is concerned, nothing beats it. Marzen's Oktoberfest beers, get out of town.
yeah,
The goat. That's awesome. And the fact that you guys are already on that vibe, you're already doing crispies, you're already doing like sausages and stuff, and now you can just kind of like turn that up a bit. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome.
yeah. It's our goal.
That's exciting. I love that. That's so cool, man. That's actually great. I'm glad you promoted that because this will come out in 2 weeks' time, I think. So there's like plenty of time for
Hopefully by then we'll have announced it, but we're not a great business at doing that. We're like my wife and I. So like it is so hard to get that to the finish line of announcing. Like we just bought cups, but we haven't announced the event. So like it's just things are so hard to do. It's very difficult on all sides of it. But yes.
I get it, brother. I get it. It's a whole thing, and you're just trying to like, you're finding your feet right now, and seeing the best way to do it, and the best cadence, and the how to release stuff online, and how to prepare, and Like I think that people have definitely grace for that, and it's okay because they're gonna be like, even if you told them a week before, you're like, oh fuck, these guys are doing Oktoberfest, let's go. Like it's like a time of year where everyone's excited. This is like the coolest. It's arguably the most funnest time with beer, with parties, with events, with things like this, where you can have like, you know, official German pretzels with some like sick Marsens and stuff like that. It's
The weather
awesome.
cools out too, and like we have, I was like being on the farm. We have two with a ski mountain to the right and another beautiful mountain to the left. Like we have like such unbelievable fall foliage too. So like it's just a nice place to be in the fall.
Honestly, Quebec and the fall foliage, the leaf peepers, let's go. It's like
leaf peepers.
I love that term. We learned that in Colorado, and they call them leaf peepers. And I was like, that is so funny. Every year, it's the best. We used to go to Tremblant every year for that. Sometimes we went to Vermont. Even out here, you Google the different areas because we're trying to figure out what's nearby. And like, oh, if we go up there, we've been to Buffalo and stuff for leaf peeping. And there's like,
come by, bro, dude. You want to set up a booth? You can do some drunk interviews with some brewers.
The drunkies be like, guys, fucking let's go. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, man. Don't tempt me, Scotty. I'll talk to the missus. That's fucking that could be fire September, right?
And we want to grow it. Like we having grown up in the BAOS world, it was such a cool
I've
thing to
been
have
to a few times. Damn, it was good, eh?
Yeah. And it was just simple. Just drinking beer, watching people do stupid shit. Like that's
But
fun.
they had massive bands, like
it was
the cake tossing, the skate. It was a
when I was there, it was multiple full-time people's employment.
Oh,
so like
imagine organizing.
It's not that somebody on a weekend sends a few emails. It's very, very complicated. So,
and I respect that they, you know, COVID kind of killed all this fun stuff, and some of it came back, some of it not so much, but yeah, it's cool. I like, you know, what we can all live in the memory of it, because I guess they're not really going to do it again because BAOS is a very different company now. But you've got this new era where you got Loup-Garou, and you can go there. You got 100 acres, and you can do all this fun stuff. I'm sure there's like, you know, with all that space, you could do some keg tossing. You could do some whatever fun games.
Stein holding,
Stein holding. Race. There you go. All of that fun, like, you know, hyper German stuff that aligns with, and maybe even some cool Czech stuff that plays into it based on your lineage and stuff. There's a lot of potential, man. It's super sick, and this is great, dude. We're done 4 hours. It's pretty good, huh?
Easy.
Not
Easy.
bad. It just flew. I told you it was easy. This shit flies. Bro. You just had crush a few
You
fire
just gotta be able
beers.
to listen to 4 hours of two
Well,
fucking nerds.
I imagine. I don't know about you. Are you a podcast guy? You listen to pods?
Yeah.
Yeah. I listen to long ass pods, and you listen to them in like increments in the car, in the shower, while you're doing something with your hands that you can't do anything else, washing the dishes or some shit. Like
For
you
sure.
just like listen to them in pieces. And there's some people who only watch 10-minute. I know some friends who only watch like a 10-minute YouTube video is too much. So I'm like, each to their own. And I imagine that those folks who stuck us out are.
Where's the deep dive though?
Well, that's the point. I just personally, anything less than this feels what's the point to me. But everyone has their own thing, and each piece of content has their point. But this is this is what I'm into, and I appreciate you hanging out, man, and spending the time and telling us what you're doing and drinking these beers. Honestly, shit is fantastic. You have no business being this good 10 weeks in.
Thank you.
It's I mean that in the most wonderful way. Like, congrats on everything, man. I can't wait to see the place. It looks beautiful.
Come by anytime, man.
Oh man, we're gonna keep in touch, and we should do this every year as well, and keep in touch. But this is awesome. I'm really great. I'm really grateful that we connected. Huge shouts to Mike again from Four Origins for putting you on the radar. And man, this is awesome. You've been a pleasure to talk to. Clearly, we're very we share a lot of the same opinions and interests and stuff with all of this beer stuff. So I'm really happy for you, man, that you created one of the greatest IPAs ever to come out of Quebec. Period. Point blank. I don't give a fuck what anyone says, and I feel like everyone will agree with that. I don't know if any beer nerd in Quebec who has been around since that time would even question the legendary status of that beer. So man, it's an honor to talk to you, man, and to hear that story, and to see that now you got to open your own place and do it. And you're so young. Honestly, you keep saying we're the same age. I'm 10 years older than you. Like, I appreciate that a lot. But that means you made Yakima when you were in your like early 20s.
Yeah.
That's bonkers. That's fucking bonkers, dude. It's
early days beer, dude. It didn't matter.
Well, I guess it doesn't if you understand the stuff, but I just think it's cool as shit, man. And it's that was a very influential beer for everybody I know who came up in Quebec. Everybody, even just those who came up like Nate in Ottawa, like like close by. That beer was just like really important, and I just think it's incredible, and it makes me really happy to see that you're doing this your way, and you're making predominantly the two styles that are my personal two favorites, Haze and Crispies, and you're doing them exceptionally well, and this is the beginning. So this is how good everything is now. Imagine what it's going to be in a year's time. So man, this is always, if I ever amplify anything that you're doing, please let me know. I'm more than happy to let's do this pod every year. I think it would be
dude, I'll jump on anytime you want, man. It's a pleasure talking. Yeah. It's a lot of fun.
Dude, this is awesome. Stick around afterwards. We'll finish up off air. But Scotty, where can everybody find Loup-Garou online and in real life?
So check us out on Instagram, Microbrasserie Loup-Garou. You can search there, and Facebook too. They're kind of co-posted. We do a lot of our posting on Instagram, but we have to Facebook because people are old as shit. So check out Facebook if you need to. Oh hell yeah!
I'm sorry, loves Facebook. It's hilarious and relevant.
So that'd be the best way. And then, our website's going to come soon. I'm in the process of designing it right now. Whole other side of how hard it is to design a website. But right now it's a landing page. But check out our Instagram. Come by the brewery. We're open 7 days a week. We're open at noon.
Very cool. Come
drink some beers, eat some food. Let me know they heard about it from the podcast. I'll give you free beer. So.
Guys,
on tap, not in can.
On tap. You're gonna come there. You're gonna get a pour. So shoot your DM and tell Scott. Say, hey Scott, I heard about Loup-Garou on BAOS podcast.
I'll tell my staff.
I'd love to come through. Fuck, no one's ever done that before. That's awesome.
No one's giving a mini coupon code. Come on.
Yeah, like this is like a direct. This is the best way to do it. This is no gray area. This is right. It guys.
Come say hi.
Sure you hit them up. Come say hi. Let them know you heard.
And rate us well on
Untappd. Nothing.
If you rate us badly on Untappd, I was wrong about what I said about you. You're a good person. No, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate hanging out, dude. It was a great time.
Yeah, this is so much fun. Stick around, Scotty. We'll finish up off air. But brother, thank you so much, guys. Check out Loup-Garou. Make sure you message him if you're gonna come by. Get that free pint. You know what I'm saying? Get that crispy. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be very, very grateful that you did that. Thank you so much for everyone for watching and listening. If you enjoyed the episode, smash the thumbs up, hit subscribe below, hit the notification bell so you know when the new drops. Follow us everywhere at BOS Podcast. Check out the long form audio, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. Give us 5 stars, guys. We talk about stars all night. 5 stars very much helps. Don't give it. No. Don't give it 5 stars for me. Give it for Scotty. Give it for Loup-Garou.
Means a
fantastic.
lot.
It
If you
does
take
mean a
anything
lot.
from this podcast, it means a lot to small businesses.
I'm really glad that we did a bit of a deep dive on that, on Untappd, on Google reviews, everything you're doing. Just give people hype, man. Just like fuck, man. Like
Just love shit, dude.
and consume good shit. And if something's bad, then maybe consider reaching out to them before ruining their reviews and stuff. But that's neither here nor there. Guys, we'll see you in the next episode. Cheers, y'all.
Cheers, bros.